Welcome back. It's another Wednesday morning, which means today is Orphaned Honor. So thanks for coming in. Been a while. So what's really important is someone inform us what happened last session.
2 weeks ago, we had a session. Yes, I did it. What a wonderful write-up. Okay. We started off in the middle of combat. Core opened up with the crit against the creature, and we managed to rescue the small halfling child Ellery, who we actually calling Ellery. She's not Aliel, she is Ellery. Ellery, the performing halfling,
Yeah.
not the elf child.
Not the elf.
When we defeated the creature, it exploded. And then after we did that, we went to go get the child some medical attention, only to be intercepted by a very angry waiter. And he was like, "Hey, you've been cordially invited into the back room. I highly recommend you go." And we were like, "But the child is dying." And he was like, "Well, I've got a shiny wristwatch here that he used to lure Haba in because Haba can't resist shiny objects." And of course, we all followed Haba in. True, it happened right in front of us. We all saw it, and no one's disputing it. So it happened.
I was gonna say, like, that didn't happen, but like
It could have.
So
it's not the wildest thing to believe.
I just want there to be a watch on a string next time, and for it just to be used as bait to get Haba to go somewhere. Anyway, we went into the back room of the.
Yeah, I've made a note.
So we went into the back room of the establishment, which, beg forgiveness, I will not remember the name of it because I was not there for the first time that we met it. So
Jewel of the Sea.
Jewel of the Sea. Okay. I didn't even remember hearing that one. So news to me. Mm-hmm. Neat. So there we met the three elves who were all very exotic looking, but they're secretly hags, probably sea hags. Anyway, and they met us, and they this turned into an interrogation really quick. One of them did the speaking. Their code names are mild, medium, and spicy. I think it's spicy. What did I put down?
Well, that was my joke. I don't know.
Well,
I'm saying that's what I said. So if you changed it, then I don't know. That was my running joke.
Yeah, no, spicy. No, I put down mild, medium, spicy, resting bitch face. Yep. Their names are Sans, Lena, and wait, those are the elf races. Types. Yep. So their names are red, blue, black. Anyway, Kor stared down Imnish. Lashos did the talking, and Solstil was like, "Hey, can we just chill? Do you want some expensive drink?" Eventually, Kor's companions decided they were going to drink it, and Kor was like, "Okay, I guess I'll also drink the stuff because if it's poisoned and you're gonna die, I'm not gonna be able to win 1v3, so might as well go down with the ship."
Might as well die with you.
Yeah. So they tried playing hardball with us. It didn't work.
We played harder ball.
In my opinion, it didn't work. I think we played harder ball. We did get Ellery somewhat treated. I think they took care of her. I forget exactly what extent they did, but they stopped her from being not stable. So good enough, I think.
She survived.
She survived. So, they want to know what the nitty gritty was with us, what we were doing, our shoe size, that type of stuff, and
Social
we
security
told
number.
them, yeah, we told them all of it. And I remember specifically one of them like grabbed like Haba's face for some reason because I think they got the I think Haba's very easy to fluster, so they probably just did that to play mind games.
Yeah.
And we refused to give into their stuff because we didn't want to hand over hag artifacts to more hags. So we kind of kept our options open. They still gave us money, and then we spent some time doing magic item shopping where we all picked up various things. Greg got decision paralysis over a dragon slaying longsword, which had a really, really sick description.
Mm-hmm.
And then after we did our shopping, we went back and our friends were not happy about the situation because the hags had decided to, I guess, throw all their cards down and decided to attack the orphanage. It didn't work, and now they're upset about it. And now they're like, now those hags are going to go down. They're gonna pay. So now we started planning, which our course of action right now is we're going to go have Yelena speak with the dead hag and hope that will work. That is me skimming over a bunch of stuff. Yes, I did it.
Seems good. Anyone else have anything to add?
Only thing I could think of is that the adjutants were able to figure out where the hide is hagging, or where the hide is.
Hang on. Wind that one back.
I'm a little tired.
Take two.
I know where the hag is hiding and who they're basically using as a cover for their maliciousness, and it made it a bit complicated because they're like actually a somewhat important person with decent influence in the city. So it's not like we can just like go to their home and stop them. Well, maybe we can, but it would be very difficult.
But you could have.
We just gotta murder him at a fashion show. Get arrested. It'll be fine.
I still like the mental image of, like, literally there being a fight that breaks out here in the middle of the stuff, and everyone being like, she's not what she appears to be, she's a hag, and then the appearance drops, everybody gasps, they stare, and then they just go back to what they were doing.
Yeah.
Possibly. I guess we'll find out, won't we? Looks like Sam is still having some issues. Hopefully everything is okay.
Next time on Witch Wars. There are now 2 hag covens in the city. This is a possibility.
Possibly.
Except one of them has... one of them is decidedly disinterested in actually waging a witch war, though, and they're more interested in waging a... if we are going to hire mercenaries. I guess this is a witch war if they're hiring mercenaries to deal with the stuff, and we're the mercenaries.
Yeah, that's fair.
We just gotta do like a mob-esque hit on them. That's it. On the remaining 2.
3 sirens, send their regards.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Hubba! Take the cannoli.
Hey.
Leave it. Forget about it.
Joking aside. Last. Anything else to include? No?
I think we're good.
All right. In which case, we're going to pick back off where we left, which was the group was leaving the Fate's Edge orphanage, heading back to Star's general goods store to have a bit of a ritual and speak to the body of the dead hag. The sun is setting. It is currently, you are bathed in the twilight of what is the late evening. The trip to Stars is not too far. It's only a couple blocks away. I will take the bold assumption that you will walk there.
It's a good assumption.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. The streets are quiet. You notice a larger amount of peacekeepers in the area, much to reason, given the recent altercation that happened nearby. But it is a short and unassuming journey to Stars, where you can arrive down the alley to the back door with no fuss. The not-so-secret knock. Oh, go ahead, Cor.
I was gonna have Core just say something. So, Yelena,
Yes.
how's this work?
I cast a spell. It pumps a small semblance of life into the corpse, and the corpse answers the questions.
Okay, but like, is there gonna be a ghost?
No. At least, not typically. As far as I'm aware.
And, you've done this before?
No.
So since when can you do this? This is certainly something. Core just stares quizzically.
I picked up a few new tricks over the last week.
Okay, well, you know what? Freaky, but if it works, it works. That's all I got.
Okay. Once in the alleyway at the back of Stars, you gingerly knock on the door and find it quickly answered by Star herself. Kind of leaning on the interior of the wall, and with a very kind of flat expression, she just sort of waves you all in. Come on in, please. Quick.
You made a little step inside.
Core will follow.
The twins will also follow.
Estella will follow as well.
Yay, Sam. All right. She'll close the door behind you. You'll hear the sliding bolt and the several turns of other locks. And then she will turn and clap her hands together. So, you're here to speak to the dead witch, right?
Yes.
All right. Perfect. Not weird at all. Follow me.
That's what I said.
And she leads you through the back of the store, past a red curtain, into the storage area, along several shelves filled with very interesting pieces and oddities that have not yet been prepared for sale. She takes you to the hatch in the floor, where, once upon opening, a cold draft blows up from there, mist sort of snaking its way out. And she steps down the relatively steep ladder. Watch your step. Could be slippery. Once you're inside, she leads you over to the section with the cold stone slab where the body of the hag that you brought here for safekeeping lies covered with a sheet. It has been clearly rearranged since you saw it last. It is now lying as you'd expect, a dead body on a table in a morgue. perfectly straight, arms at their sides, legs straight, head, the face looking up towards the ceiling. All right, well, have at it. This is your thing.
I just need a few minutes to get ready.
Is there anything I can do to help?
She will reach into her bag and pull out a pocket mirror, hand it to you. Hold this up for a bit.
Corb just raises it above his head, like this.
Yes, I am going to take out my disguise kit. And Yelena is going to go about trying to disguise her physical appearance.
Okay.
Hoping the corpse of the hag may not recognize its killer and be more inclined to answer questions.
That's a very smart thing to probably do in this situation.
I have the very funny image of Yelena's like sitting there like looking at this, and then she just pulls out like a green prosthetic nose and like just a black witch's hat.
He's going for like dark occultist, the kind of person who might be asking questions of a hag corpse.
Right. All right. Sure. Roll roll with your disguise kit. Let's just go with charisma. It's a straight up deception. So let's go with disguise. Your disguise kit charisma based.
Alright, she is going to cast Enhance ability as well. Because she's probably going to want that up for talking to the hag anyway.
Not a bad idea.
Not a bad idea. I was gonna ask if I could give advantage by having Cora like just say things to Yelena as this is going on, just being like, you want to flip your hair the other way.
If you want, Estella's help, she also has a thing that she might be able to do.
I'm down to get anyone's help who wants it.
Well, when she starts talking, that is, because I have that one feat, silver tongue. I could persuade her to just talk as well.
Could be interesting, yeah. I'm gonna use inspiration just to see if I can get that a bit higher.
That's better.
That's pretty good.
That's much better. All right. You honestly, I won't lie to you. You went with Dark Cultist, and there's just been so much Resident Evil 8 lately. I was thinking Yelena's new look looks a lot like one of Lady D's daughters now.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like she pulls out some temporary black hair dye and just kind of
streaks it through, puts a hood up, puts on some really dark makeup, pales the skin a bunch.
Stella just dresses as Lady D.
Pretty much, yeah. Just tall, big. We'll stop there, but yes.
She's, God.
You've got the height for it.
That is true.
Let's see how special you are.
Yes, when she take her mirror back from Cora.
Cor has the most conflicted look on his face.
Everyone's ready then?
I guess I'll just throw a black sheet on me or something.
Assuming nobody objects, go ahead and cast Speak with Dead.
Cast it in. What does your Speak with Dead ritual look like, Yelena?
For her, I think it's fairly simple. She places a few candles and incenses around the corpse, lights them with her magic, and I think kind of channels the spell through the phoenix pendant that she has. It's kind of, like breathing a small bit of rebirth magic into the corpse.
Okay. The room begins to steadily fill with this sweet smoke from the incense, mixing in with the cold mist of this storage room. It swirls as the magic is introduced into the room. The pendant takes on a brief glow of warm energy, and you watch as the smoke begins to fill the body of the hag, making it appear as if taking breaths once more, and then the whole back will arch almost painfully. You'll hear several bones kind of snap and crack into place, and then they'll rest once more onto the slab, and then just very slowly, almost eerily, the head will then turn towards all of you. The eyes will open up, and you will see only blackness behind behind her eyelids. But the spell has taken.
I'll watch it for a moment before speaking up. What is the end goal of kidnapping these children?
We only kidnap them to offer them to our boss.
What is the number of hags in your coven?
There were 4 of us.
How can we get into contact with your fellow hags?
This hag. Leave a written letter at the lair we built.
Who is your boss?
The one giving us orders. A handsome man. A powerful wizard.
Would Yelena like for at any moment Estella to attempt to silver tongue this?
Yes, by all means.
Okay, let me open up my features because I want to 100% make sure I'm.
Can't believe George Clooney is the one who's been working against us this entire time.
What a twist.
A wisdom saving throw against a DC 8 plus charisma modifier plus proficiency bonus. So
It's your spell save DC, whatever that is. Should be
16.
Yeah.
All right. Estella is going to attempt to silver tongue the hag, and I'm gonna try to flavor it as she takes on the voice of Yelena, so it seems more like Yelena's the one speaking still.
Mm-hmm. And what is your 1 or 2 sentence suggestion?
She will say, "Tell me the name of your boss and where he is."
Okay. And I need you to do a deception check, Estella.
Yeah.
Since you are mimicking Yelena.
For sure. I will use my inspiration on this. It's kind of important.
You can roll
You said
first.
deception.
You can roll first
Yeah.
and then decide if you want to re-roll it.
And you said deception, right?
Deception, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna want to reroll that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably.
What?
You can
No.
always use more inspiration if you want.
How many do I have right now?
You have 3. You did meta homework. You have
3?
3 right now.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna use it again. Here we go. God? Okay, good enough. I think that's pretty good.
That still has an 8 in it, though.
It's better than without the 10.
It is better. It's better.
Final answer. I only have 1 inspiration.
Can't use them all right now. It's too soon.
I know. Exactly. I gotta keep at least 1, you know?
Yeah, just 1 in the back pocket, just in case.
Exactly.
Never know. The hag's head will adjust ever so slightly. Its dark, void-like eyes will turn onto Estella.
Oh, fuck.
And then it'll just kind of open its mouth for a moment, revealing the yellowed, broken teeth. Constama. And as always, I'll provide you a written name in chat.
Thank you.
Where...
I use a question from it, or was that a bonus due to Estella's very convincing nature?
I
mean, that only gave us one thing.
It also wasn't a question.
It was a demand, actually.
It was a demand. So I would say it did not consume a question.
Yeah, I did demand them the location of the place too.
How we can find Constantine, the handsome wizard.
Exactly. Or did they save high enough that they don't have to answer that second part?
They are not going to follow up.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so it's up to you. I got you, baby.
So we can either try to get them to tell us where they are, or probably the more upsetting answer of trying to figure out what exactly is happening to the children that get caught.
That
So
is
what-
a hard decision because we would want to know where he is so we could stop him, but also what's
So
happening to the children.
I think Yelena would lean towards the one that might put a stop to things, because they're probably going to find out what happens to the children regardless.
That's what I was thinking as well.
yeah, I mean, we're gonna just end up walking to their orphan skin room anyway.
The worst sentence I've heard all week.
Yeah, it was.
Saying something when you DM like 83 times a week, too.
Yeah, it really is. Thanks for that, Dom. That's memorable.
You're welcome.
I smack you, man.
We'll use the final question and ask, where can we find Constamon?
This hag is the least insightful dead hag spirit of all time. I never knew where Constamon was. You rolled solo, I'll even give you a little extra. He would visit us once a week.
Yelena kind of stands up a bit straighter and looks to the others. Sorry, it was Quill and Smiles were with us, right?
They didn't come with you. They're back at the
Okay.
orphanage. Star is the only adjutant present.
I don't suppose the name Constamon has any meaning to you.
Honestly, it rings a. You know what? I've heard Quill mention the name before. That's really all I know.
Old college roommate.
Don't know. Ask Quill.
Well, I can't use the spell on this corpse again for another 10 days, so that's about all the use we're probably going to get out of it.
Can I dissect it now?
Assuming that your superiors are fine with it, I don't see any reason why not.
Well, they were only stopping me from doing it because you needed it still.
I don't think we need it anymore.
I think we've gotten quite valuable information from this, actually. We might not have gotten a place, but we do have a name. Having a name is very powerful information to have.
You're a little bit too eager to cut into that thing.
What? Hag organs are valuable.
They make a lot of money.
They really
She
do.
just said, son.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna have to convince Quill not to keep some of it. Or buy them.
He can always keep it for a price. Am I right?
Let me just
Mhm.
cut into her. Oh, a liver! This will sell nicely. Cor just stares at you both blankly.
Estella just looks at you and gives you a smile. It's like, what? I've dabbled in it a little bit.
I mean, let's be honest. I have a business to run here, and I like making money. So, valuable corpse, I'm going to use. She's already dead. Might as well not let it go to waste.
Hey, you can make magical stuff with it. Although I'd be careful of that one. It can be a little dangerous. But you know that already.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure she's dead, like really, really dead. And if not, I'll make sure she's dead.
Sounds good. I think we have a great place to dump her off at.
I mean, technically you paid for it, right? Or this is donation? I don't remember. You know what? Ah. Cord just crosses his arms.
You want some chips?
No thanks. The stiff on the table is kind of making me lose my appetite anyway. Where's Quill?
That's a good question.
She's back at the orphanage with smiles.
Right. Let's get going then there. Yeah. Good work. Are you gonna continue wearing those outfits?
Wash it off when we get back. It's going to take more than just a wet towel.
Uh-huh.
Alrighty, if you all are done awkwardly staring at one another, I will let you out.
This whole time, Asila's just been munching on her famous chicken chips.
Chicken chips. Good even in the basement freezer with a corpse in it.
Pretty much.
What you should have done is like we were gonna ask the hag 5 questions, and the first quag that we open up is like, can you see why we love the taste of chicken chips?
That's pretty good.
You just bring the hag back so you can just pitch her an ad.
Yeah, just put an ad on chicken chips.
Her body just stands up and answers the 6th question. Anyway, yeah, I'm good to transition or get going.
He basically just said, you know what, this isn't worth the $9.95 I pay for death. You know, here's the answer. Leave me alone.
Anything is better than this.
It has to. I was promised.
Mrs. Hag, is there anything better than chicken chips? Anyway. Moving on.
Moving on.
Making our way back towards the orphanage.
All right. In a simple matter that requires none too much effort, the sun is officially down and darkness has descended upon you, even though it is only 5:30.
Oh. That's fishy.
No, it's normal for this time of year.
Okay.
The sun begins to set around 4 and is basically gone by about 5.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, very short days this time of winter. But winter time is coming to a close in like a month. You know, if you guys ever get there, given how condensed all of your days are.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly. We just don't talk about it, you know?
Yeah.
Make a character in the desert that very much despises the cold. Just play the entire campaign over the course of a single winter.
Winter, yep. Awkward. We got to make it to the summertime, so there can at least be one beach episode. Necessary.
We have to. We have to. If we
Uh,
don't get the bathhouse scene and the beach, I'm going to riot.
All right, well, now you're asking for both. That's a lot of fan service. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, it is the winter. The bathhouse scene is not. It's a hot spring scene at that point. But
We need the school festival arc.
true.
Maybe later. The walk back to the orphanage is punctuated by individuals lighting the lampposts along the streets. Activity is still quite low, but it does not take you long to get back. Most of the peacekeepers have cleared out. There are 2 left that are kind of keeping a local patrol on the area. And then there are a handful of workers that are aiding in cleaning up the damages done to the property. You can make it back inside. Where is it you'd like to head once back to the orphanage?
Probably straight to Quill, right?
Yeah, I think probably make our way back to where we were having the meeting, and then if they're not there, go look for them elsewhere.
Easy enough to do.
Just remember that any traveling we do, be it walking or by a carriage, Estella is remembering to is literally trying her best to remember the story of the book with the giant phoenix at the front cover, because she has to recite it word for word to this child at the orphanage.
Mm-hmm. Should probably get a copy of it. It's lengthy and a little dry.
It is, but she's gonna have to find a way to make it fun.
You know, anything can be fun if presented in the correct light.
This is true.
Yeah.
She is doing her best to figure it out.
But you go back up to the classroom that you were in last time, where you spoke to Smiles and Quill. And you find both of them present, and then included with a white-haired, flat-faced nobody who is currently sitting across from Smiles at one of the tables. Just kind of having an eerily quiet moment where they're sort of just looking at one another. But at the very least, for you, Core, given your understanding of nobody, you realize they're probably having a conversation of some sort, given nobody's talents. Quill will just kind of quirk an eyebrow up. And were you successful in speaking with the hag?
We were. We got it to answer some of our questions.
That's good.
And we got it to... Oops, sorry.
Any valuable information?
They're working... Yeah. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, you're good, you're good. The seller just says, yeah, we found out the name of their master.
Oh?
Yeah, does a Constamon, the handsome wizard, ring a bell?
I would like you all to make insight checks.
Alrighty. Let's see what this looks like.
Ooh.
I have proficiency. What?
You did it.
Yeah. It doesn't take a great deal of effort for all of you to realize that Quill has a visible reaction, which is very subtle, but his right eye twitches at the name. For those of you that scored over a 20, you could see just based off of how certain muscle groupings in his face are now bunched, and there's a slight tautness to his shoulders. He does not like this person. But he's doing his best to rein in what it would normally be a visceral response to the name.
Estella will wait for him to talk first to see what he says before she points out anything that she notices.
Core manages to avoid making a snappy remark towards his reaction. Probably for the best, even though the joke at his expense would be awesome. But Core just kind of waits, hand on his waist, patiently.
Mm. Yes, I'm familiar with a Constamon. He is a well-renowned wizard, an employee of the 4th District, Circlehead.
Is there anything else we should know about him?
He's pompous, ambitious, and as with any wizard, that makes him incredibly dangerous.
He's also a child napper. So,
Yes,
we can add that to the list.
I put that together, yes.
So I noticed from your features that you don't like him. Is there, besides what you've said to us, is there any other reason as to why such a strong reaction would come from you when it comes to another person?
He has no restraint when it comes to his study. And as a magical practitioner myself, and a very prevalent experimenter in the arcane arts, you need to have a set of rules. Else you fall into chaos, into very dangerous territory. I've suspected Constamon has always been involved in suspect things, but he's always been very well protected. So my casual prying has never turned anything up.
Protected magically or protected physically?
Both. Divination magic is ineffective against him. Places he stays and lives at are magically warded. And likewise, due to the company he keeps with Circlehead Claygor, he is often under protection of some elite mercenaries.
Has any of your prying turned up anything close? Maybe even to a perimeter, perhaps?
No, I've never dug in further than was necessary. I never had any significant purpose to act against him, so I've never gone any further.
That makes sense.
He was not an active threat to any of our interests, and so I've never pursued.
So
she will nod. All right, sorry, you can.
Sorry.
No, I'm good.
Okay. So Core says, so compared to the lot that we've seen around here, how adept is he of a spellcaster? Would you say? Because I know you're pretty strong.
He would be of a similar standing to myself. He is dangerous. I feel like that statement cannot firmly impress how vicious and cruel of an individual he is.
Well, it's good to know that we at least have an idea of, you know what? You remember that, did I show you that spell book?
Yes, it's in my possession.
I think that's his.
You think
Call it a hunch.
you think a adolescent thief would be capable of taking a spell book off of someone like that?
Stranger things have happened. I mean, you yourself said that that is extraordinarily trapped, right?
Yes. I still have had great difficulty deciphering most of its pages. I've spent more time working through the weave and skein of evocation magic that threatens to detonate at any moment.
Well, let me just ask, does that seem like that might even be, like, close to their handiwork? You
It's
said they're a
intricate
wizard,
enough.
right? Does he have like a specialty? Like, what do they really dive deep into?
I know this only from time I spent with him a long time ago. He specializes in conjuration magic.
Okay. I'm following.
Are you?
A little bit. Look, I'm not gonna, pretend here. I'm not a practitioner of the, arcane, not even by a long shot, but I know a little bit about it just from a few people. There's a bunch of different classes, right? But I don't think that's the right term. But they all do different things, and most magic's broken down into those categories, I think, right?
The different schools, you mean?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So sorry, there's the there's necromancy.
Would you like for me to list them all?
Yeah.
Save you the effort.
Yeah, I'm good to get a refresher, I guess.
There's transmutation, necromancy, illusion, evocation, enchantment, divination, conjuration, abjuration. And then a plethora of offshoots of different types of specialty schools from there.
Okay. Yeah. But I wouldn't be basking to like list too much more than that. If I look a little bit and I actually like bother to, I think or study or prepare something like ahead of time, maybe you'll have a better idea of like what I'm dealing with. I don't know. I'm rambling.
Mm-hmm. Was there anything else you learned from the hag?
Just the reason why they're doing it.
We also learned that there are, or at least were, 4 of them in their coven.
Mm,
So
mm-hmm.
there's still a full coven.
Well, that's good to know. You know they're still quite dangerous then.
Mm-hmm.
We learned that Constamin visited them once a week to give, I assume, orders. They didn't go to him.
Should be easy enough to track, observe at the very least. You mentioned you discovered their purpose for the children. What was it?
They're being given up to Constamon. That's all they elaborated on. They're just gathering the children to give them to him.
Doesn't bode well for the children then.
He's the big cheese.
That's why I think it's important that we figure out where he is as fast as we can. Although I'm sure with their reluctance to give us that information, it's going to be a lot easier said than done at this point.
Finding him will not be an issue. He is high profile. He's very easy to find. Rubs elbows with the rich and powerful in the 4th District. That is where my concerns are raised once again. If these children have been gathered to give to Constamon, then... And if you have a weak constitution, I suggest you leave. But the truth of the matter is, they're probably being eaten.
Estella kind of gives him a look and goes, "Wait, did you say the rich and powerful?"
Yes. He is more or less the arcane advisor to Avendus Clegor, the 4th Circle Head.
Wait,
the 4th Circle Head? That's who he's rubbing elbows with?
Yes.
Can I roll to see if I know him?
Constamon?
No, not Constamon. Who he's rubbing elbows with?
Avendus? I mean, yeah. So let's rephrase that. To what end? To what degree are you trying to know him? Like information about him, or like have met him?
Just to see if I've met him at least once, maybe even in a circle, given what she does usually. Maybe she's ran into him once or twice, not like maybe formally met him as in, "Hi, this is who I am," but nothing too like personal, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we have a thing for this. Have you used any charisma tokens, this
I
level?
haven't.
Well, you can easily spend a charisma token, to have met, Avendus Clegor in the past. Now, this does not mean you are friends with him. It was a meeting at a party, like you've met him face to face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was going for, because if I have met him in a party, I could possibly know who else he's also been hanging out with. Is kind of the goal, to see if what's going on there. Like, whoever was there could probably tell me a little bit of where he usually frequents and stuff like that,
So, just to clarify, so I can get my thoughts straight. Where Avendus hangs out, or where Constamon hangs out?
Avendus. Obviously, I don't think I would have met Constamon in these situations. But I think Avendus would be a good, I'm assuming if Estella would have gone to any of these parties, it would have been with one of her clients, right?
Of course.
And so if she knows, about the one party that she could have met Avendus at, then that she could surmise that whatever client she went with is constantly in the same circle as him, and then we can start a search around there and look for information around there.
Right. All right. Well, so the charisma token will assert that you've met him previously. Let's roll a history check to see, sort of what you remember of the party, who he was hanging out with, maybe the polite conversation you made or your date made with him, and see what you can
Yeah.
recall.
Let's see. Rolling 19.
That's not bad. All right. Yeah, you kind of listened politely as you heard Avendus speak. Now, he's a large, rotund, relatively sweaty man. He's kind of unpleasant to be around. His general opinion of things is he's greater than everything in their sum total due to exactly how wealthy he is, which is to say, and this is not saying a small thing, he is the most wealthy man in this whole city, on a city that is based around your status as well. He is considered the richest man in this whole city. So he thinks very lowly of pretty much everyone else around him. He acts almost like he's a god, like he allows people in his presence. That being said, Avendus, his whole district is modeled after the life of luxury. What is hip, what is now, spending money in a frivolous manner, and of course, his favorite pastime, eating. He is regularly seen at the most air quote hip restaurants in his district once a night, with the exception of the weekends, where he goes to his own private club, which is reserved only for the most elite, and it is where allegedly it is said he partakes of the most exotic meals available, allegedly even including dragon. It's a rare group of people that like to actively spend time with Avendus. They are individuals that fit a couple of categories. One, they are ambitious, they have status enough to meet him, and they need more money to achieve an end's goal. And typically, being on Avendus' is good side and convincing him of something that you would like to do, he will usually throw money at it. Two, individuals who don't have as much status or as much money, but are trying to make a name for themselves. So they're almost con men in the regard to the fact that they actually don't have a whole lot and probably shouldn't be there at all. But have managed to work their way there. And then three, elites from other parts of the city. Avendus does believe in networking because he knows he rubs people the wrong way, that if he has powerful allies, he will be harder to get rid of. He also likewise pays large sums into the Assassin's Guild, the hegemony, to ensure his safety. The only issue is names don't really come up. You more get a concept of who he likes.
Still, that gives me a lot to work with, even. Alright, and so do I roll for the charisma token now?
Nope. The charisma token, just like you consume it. You've had the meeting with Clegor in the past on the arm of one of your dates at a very upscale party.
Gotcha.
Like
okay,
it just
making sure
exists.
that worked.
Yep.
All right. She will then, in a sudden aha moment, will tell the party about this. So you see, I do have an idea where we could find him, maybe.
Okay, but first, can you just hold that thought for a moment, Estella?
Sure.
Cora looks directly at Quill and says, "Eating children. Like, is the implication that the Circle Head is eating children?"
Not the well. I wasn't implying the Circle Head was doing it. Is it above him? Probably not. I did not imply Constamon is his inner workings as to what he's doing with these hags is directly involved to Avendus. I'm just saying that he's directly related to Avendus and is therefore dangerous.
Jeez. Okay, you were saying, Estella?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm happened to have met him at a party, and I think because of who I went with, I could possibly... I have an idea of who he hangs out with. Maybe we can start there as to finding out where Constamon might be. If we find him, we probably could find Constamon.
You personally think you're working backwards in the wrong direction. The hags are still the foremost problem we need to deal with.
Yeah.
Constamon is an individual even I do not relish facing. No offense to all of you. I don't believe any of you are more capable than I am at this particular instance in time. I would suggest we stick with the hags and the witches.
Trying to deal with Constamon right now brings on a whole array of political issues that I don't think any of us are prepared to deal with.
I suppose so.
We should probably... Sorry.
High ranking in the 4th district. Just killing him would probably mean us being put in jail for the rest of our lives or killed.
That's where you hear smiles for the first time pipe up. He sort of gets up, spins the chair around, and sits in it backwards, facing all of you. Well, actually, it really depends on what district you would kill him in. Murder is not illegal in every district, just in the lawful ones. You could even go hire an assassin to go kill him, and that's also legal. Just to put that out there.
Yelena just sighs and says, "This city is a mess."
Yes, it is. Assassination is a legal business. Have you ever walked into a bar and seen an individual sitting at a table by himself looking kind of suspicious and you just kind of disregard them from that point forward? Yeah, hegemony agent. They literally sign contracts for people to murder people all the time in public because it's allowed in certain districts.
You actually see Estella smile a little bit. And she's like, the inner workings of the city are really something, huh?
Yeah, don't upset someone at the wrong place at the wrong time. You might get your throat slit in the middle of the night.
At least if they're wealthy, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so the point being, he makes a visit down to the hags once a week to pick up a delivery of kids. We've been at this for a bit of time. I don't know when he's going to be making his next stop down, but we probably don't want to catch him there at the same time as the hags, because there's 3 of them and he's also there. That's probably going to be too much for us to handle. I can't help but think that he wouldn't look too kindly upon us, considering that, we've been stepping all over his plans.
Unfortunately, the extent of what we were able to learn about getting in contact with the hags to maybe fool them was that if we wanted to, we could leave a letter at their lair. I'm not exactly somebody who is skilled in forgery, but we might be able to use that. send them a letter, lure them out somewhere.
It's an idea. I mean, but I still throw out the risky option of breaking and entering. But I know that we ain't too privy on that type of stuff. That's kind of the only thing I can really think of right now. We don't have anything that the hags would really go out of their way to try to get back. I don't know if we got the right kind of bait. And there's 3 of them.
Well, kind of going back to some of our earlier discussion, since we have an avenue to contact them, we have expert forgers among us, whether or not that's surprising to you, who could easily forge a letter from someone very influential and convince them to go meet them somewhere. We could encode a secondary meaning, maybe implying a transaction of magical children for their needs. They were working with a gang in the Green Ward. Word could have easily gotten around from there. Someone has heard and has decided to take it upon themselves to be an entrepreneur. They seem desperate right now, correct? I think they'd bite.
They were willing to pay quite a bit for a single child. I think it's safe to say that if they don't get Constantine what he wants, they probably don't want to upset him.
It could easily be someone trying to fill the power vacuum that we've left. Makes sense enough. People rise and go, come and go, all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Easy enough for someone to come in and try to be the next head honcho bully of the district, or the outside of the district, rather.
Well,
I think that's about as good a plan as we're gonna get.
the real question is, the most important question is, where are we going to set up the meeting? Obviously a place where you can have a little bit of tactical advantage, a good place of ambush.
If I was gonna do something, I would bring them into a room, and I would make sure that there are all sorts of nasty things beneath the floorboards. And I'm not just talking about, a pitfall. I'm talking, some just traps if we could do it. Magic? I mean, do we got something that can just stop them from doing things in like a circle or something? Can we can we bring them into a room where we can just stop them from, like, leaving?
Smiles just kind of looks over the edge of the chair towards Quill. Yeah, something could be arranged with enough time and preparation. Be very simple to trap creatures inside of a circle that would prevent them from leaving.
If it's a fight, all of us against all of them, I'd put the money on us. At least as far as winning goes.
I'm fairly confident in our abilities, so long as it's handled in a way that prevents them from being able to escape. It's been the biggest thorn in our side, their ability to just go through walls or step into a portal, and there's not much we can do.
And be worried about them bringing some of those freaky scarecrows. Maybe I can reach out to someone for something this specific. Assuming this is something that you want to collaborate on with a person. I don't know. I might know someone. Cora just kind of ponders. Though I kind of be loath to put anybody else in danger. Might not be for the best. Really, I don't got too much in the way of things here.
Smiles will lean back in the chair, kind of balancing on two legs. Well, for your purposes, to at the very least stop the hags, you have Quill. Officially, Quill, I'm assigning you to help them as their magical advisor for any booby traps or magical shenanigans they might need. Quill just sort of exhales.
Quill.
Yes.
What's this? Cor pulls up the start of a magical bowl.
Give me a moment. He reaches into a belt pouch and pulls out a pearl.
We took it from a place that had lots of giant lizards.
Sure.
I mean, I took it from a place that had one. It was in front of me. I stole it from a wizard.
Yeah, all right. Makes plenty of sense. Takes out the pearl, presses it up against his forehead. There's a brief flash of magic from his eyes as he puts a hand up against the bowl, and then he puts the pearl back in the pouch after a moment. Well, that's interesting. It's a bowl of commanding water elementals. The bowl is filled with water, and you know its command word. You can summon a water elemental from it.
You know, that actually might be helpful.
For having found it in a place filled with giant lizards, it's a very good find. Realize elementals, by their very nature, if you lose control of them, can be dangerous. They will rampage.
Yeah, I don't think I need an angry puddle seeking revenge against me. Can puddles hold grudges?
Are you asking a rhetorical question, or do you actually want to then answer in regards to the nature of primordial elemental being?
You can give me a nature lesson. You can give me a primordial lesson later about these things.
So it's rhetorical.
It's rhetorical, yeah. But my actual point is it could actually be useful if we need it. Or could be as dangerous.
Is your spell able to tell you what the activation word is?
Yes, I know it. Would you like me to only tell it to one of you, or do you care if anyone in this room also is aware of the word?
Any reason to keep it hidden from anyone here?
Go nuts.
Very well. The command word to activate this is Oshia. As per usual, roll 20.
I thought you were going to say OSHA. Close enough.
Yeah, pretty close. Ocean without an N.
How long would it take you to set up something that would stop the hags from being able to retreat if we lured them into it?
Depending upon the location, the magic necessary, about an hour.
How long would it last?
A day. Make it last longer, but it would take me more time to arrange.
So, we can have one of the adjutants forge a letter for us on behalf of someone that would seem reasonably interested in this kind of thing. Ask for a meeting in a venue of our choosing, and beforehand we can stage an ambush there and give Quill the time he needs to set up the spell.
I will send a word to our expert forger and have something arranged for you. And then you just see Smiles turn around and look at nobody. You got all that, right? He just nods.
The question is where. We probably want to be somewhat distant from any major streets.
We went somewhere grimy, somewhere inconspicuous. I might know of a abandoned place or two that we could probably use in the slums.
Now I could make use of one of the warehouses.
Would be fitting.
Do you mean one of the warehouses in the 6th district?
Yes, we broke into one of them at one point.
Good to know. You do realize we police that district, right?
It was find a missing child. I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you should probably be more worried about the the terrible things that happened there. Anyway, we actually, I remember specifically where we broke in. It was the Tel Deco Ice Carving Company warehouse.
Yeah, familiar with them.
Their...
Good people.
Are they?
Actually, yes. Very salt of the earth.
Well, you'll be glad to know that there was no fighting there.
Great to know.
Yeah. Look, it's where we found Patrice.
No, it's fine. I'm not judging you. I'm only resenting you mildly for the accusation of, how dare you not police literally every issue in the whole district filled with tens of thousands of people. I'm just sort of stuck on that. That's all.
Look, I think you're reading a little bit too much into my comment.
Yeah, I probably am. So, nobody. Can we get them a warehouse for usage? The white-haired individual just kind of sits up, looks between all of you. All the warehouses in District 6 currently have been purchased by interested parties for assembling or construction of new business. We would have to rent one out for the day and cover their costs. It can get expensive. And expensive is the minimum cost for one of the cheaper businesses would be about 1,200 gold. So, warehouse is what you guys need, huh?
I'm not dead set on it being a warehouse. It was just a suggestion. Though, on the subject, nobody, you had a meeting with Pops today, yes?
He turns his head and looks at you. Yes.
It almost feels like you should have been back by now, is all.
A substantial drive back from the central office in the 6th district to the 1st. He should be arriving sometime shortly. He does not have the leisure of magic such as I.
True enough, I guess I'm just getting a bit jumpy due to all the straw men we've been seeing around.
Do you think it wise to play in the safe side? Nobody? Could you send a message to make sure that he actually is en route? Just call it a healthy dose of paranoia. I don't know what else you got going, but...
Multiple things at all times.
Uh-huh.
But I have enough energy to do a sending spell and communicate with Pops.
It would be very appreciated.
You see his eyes flash white. His lips are moving, but no words are coming out. And then his eyes return to normal. It's only about a second or two. And he just sits there quietly. And then he turns his attention back to the group of you, like he stared off into the void for a moment and then just finally has returned. Well, there may be some complications to your plans. Seems as if Pops has been intercepted on his trip back to the 1st District. He is currently in custody of the Hags.
Cordus scowls. Puts his hands behind his head and he begins pacing around the room and looks mighty angry about the entire thing.
All right, everyone, just take a deep breath. Everything's gonna be fine. We're not gonna let anything happen to Pops, regardless of nobody's flat-faced nature. We're gonna do something about it.
This is my fault.
I'm sorry. How is this your fault?
I shouldn't have asked him to do that business for me. He went out there for me.
Right. So had you gone and done it yourself, then it would just be you in that situation, and that makes it okay?
Like, I would have gone alone. Would have been with people.
Mm-hmm.
Or we also could have been put in the same situation. All of us, not just you. Even if you did come with backup, we don't know what Pops was hit with. It's not going to make you feel any better. But you need to understand that maybe this was just something that was going to happen regardless.
Well, I don't know if our plan's gonna work now. I think we gotta do something about this. We gotta be forward about it, but we're gonna play right into their hands.
At
I
this,
am happy about this.
on this juncture, we're basically waiting for a letter from them, or we're sending our own. That's basically how this works. Unless you think they're not going to give a ransom and they're just going to kill him.
No, I'm sure they would want us to stop in exchange for Pops, right? Probably.
I think that's too optimistic. I think they're going to want children in exchange for Pops. Which we know Pops
Okay.
is never going to agree to that, so he's going to make sure we don't do anything.
Well, we could create a diversion. Of course, small enough to look like a child.
I don't think that's going to work again, though.
We don't play the same song twice for the same crowd.
That's why we disguise you. How would they know?
Because I've done this gig. We've already done this gig.
During our first fight, remember?
It could still work.
I think the plan that we had is still probably the best course of action. Get them a letter before they send a ransom. Make it seem like we're not even aware he's missing yet. The letter will be from somebody unrelated, and an alternative solution. They won't have to threaten Pops if they feel that there's somebody else who might be able to solve their issues easily.
I'm gonna defer to you for the for this, Blue. I am way too frustrated to think straight here. Sure, this works.
Even if only one of them ends up coming to the meeting, if we can get rid of them, it'll make breaking in to get Pops much easier.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like we're gonna be alone in this either. We got everybody else helping us out here too. So
Because I'm confident in our ability to fight the hags. I'm not as confident in our ability to fight an entire coven in their lair.
Sort of punctuating it, there's a pulse of magic that comes over from where nobody is sitting. And he just takes a sheet of paper and just sort of pushes it over onto the side of the table now. And for those of you that cast a glance at it, you can tell it is a handwritten letter, very, very nice penmanship, with gilded gold edges, and a notary stamp that denotes a worker from an orphanage in the 2nd district. Reading it over outlines basically asking to meet with some of the more acclaimed individuals who the hags have taken over their lives in exchange for some of the magical goods that they've been searching for. Due to the expedient nature that we find ourselves in, I've produced the letter already. I can also deliver it right now if the time seems fortuitous.
I think we set the meeting for tomorrow, the moment we figure out where this meeting is going to take place.
Nobody just he sort of points at the letter. I've already denoted a meeting time set tomorrow at a warehouse in the 6th district.
If the adjutants are willing to cover the cost for it, then it works out perfectly for us.
Well, I guess we have to at this point. 1,200 gold's pretty measly when it comes to trying to save Pops, so yeah, sure. Why the hell not?
Are the 4 of you okay with this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very well. I will deliver the letter. He casts another spell, and there's a sheet of paper on the desk. You watch. He casts a spell, the sheet of paper, it flashes, and it's been turned into an envelope. And he just carefully folds the letter, puts it in the envelope. And then he stands up and steps towards the chalkboard in the room, and a glowing, shimmering portal of white magical energy opens up, and he just steps through it and snaps behind him.
I think that I'm going to get ready for an early night so that we can be up into the 6th district to prepare everything we need.
Quill stands up, grabbing a thick tome off the desk and sort of putting it under one arm. I am going to head to the warehouse now and begin preparations necessary for preventing their escape. I will do my best to also make sure there are areas where it'll be easy to hide individuals and allow for a proper ambush location. Are there any requirements you would like to see in this location before I leave to go begin the preparations?
My only request is that you take somebody with you just in case.
Anything else?
I can't think of anything. Before you go, I assume this is Quill speaking, right?
Mm-hmm.
I never got to actually say this, but thanks for taking care of my friend.
Of course.
Random, but it means a lot. I didn't mean to be, well, as snappy.
Mhm.
It's been a long week.
All have our own problems, Core. It's understandable that we lose control of ourselves from time to time.
I do it a lot. I'm trying to get better, but I just wanted to say, hey, thanks, and I'm sorry we kind of got off on the wrong foot.
We have a common goal now. I'll do my part. Make sure you do yours.
Well, if I mess it up, you can shove what's left of me in a little tube. I'm already small enough. I'll fit. Be easy.
He just stops and, like, he actually gives you a look you've never seen. It's just confusion, and you see him fight back edges of a smile, which is the first time you've even seen something close to something like that appearing on Quill's face. And he just shakes his head and then proceeds to leave.
If you could, by some way, magically reinforce the entrance or exit to the warehouse in case they try to escape physically.
I can arrange for something.
These hags are stronger than they look, and I doubt a padlock is going to stop them for more than a moment.
I will do my best. I will inform you upon your arrival as to the modifications I've managed to make in the time I have.
Jeez, I was gonna say, why don't you just bring Hatner with you and just let him go nuts for a whole entire day? See what he does. Actually, that might not be a half bad idea. Home Alone montage time.
To be honest, with the right, that kid is very skilled. He almost killed Cora on multiple instances with his traps.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That it was pretty rough.
I believe less complex is the way to go in this scenario. That way, if there is a mistake on your end, none of you stumble into the wrong trap. I'll make sure the hags are kept in. The rest you'll have to do.
Fair enough.
I will see you sometime tomorrow. He gives a polite 1/4 bow and then exits the classroom, leaving only smiles left. Well, if you guys need anything, you know you're free to stay here the night. If you need food or a shower, well, you know where to go. Is there anything I can do for you tonight? I'm unfortunately, and I realize how this sounds, otherwise engaged tomorrow in business that I literally cannot be pulled away from. It's a life and death thing. I would help Pops if I literally wasn't being relied on someone else.
You're okay. I got nothing.
Unless you're willing to convince Star to lend us some weapons of magical destruction on a whim. Can't think of much that I would ask for.
She would definitely make me pay for that. I mean, I could probably get her to loan out one. If you really needed it, I could probably get one.
It's better than none.
All right. I guess let me go do some haggling with Star. Out of all of you, who is in most need of a weapon?
As annoying as it is, the first time we fought one of the hags, I noticed that my scimitars weren't slicing as deep as they should.
Yeah, that's not unsurprising.
If you really need something, Blue, you can use Tiger Gutter, but it might not be the right fit for you. Core gestures to the magical short sword that he got.
In a pinch, I could probably use it, but it'd be better to have all of our martial combatants equipped with magical weaponry. I'm unsure of where Nero got that very odd-looking sword that he carries, but it seems to do the job just as well.
All right. Are you attached to the scimitars? Do you want me to try to find an option that can make them both magical for a temporary stint, or do you just want a loner?
I am fairly attached to them. I had thought about asking Star to enchant them at some point when I had the money. Whatever is easiest, I suppose. I'm not picky.
Let me go see. I'll go talk to Star after I convince her to loan something out. We'll brainstorm an idea and see if we can't come up with something that makes everyone happy.
Sounds
Hey,
good.
give me some time. I'll go talk to her now. I'll probably come find you. I don't know, what is it, like closing on 6? If you're still awake in a couple of hours, I'll come find you. If not, I'll find you tomorrow. Nope, I won't be able to find you tomorrow morning. I'll be busy. I will have someone find you tomorrow morning with whatever the solution is.
If you catch her soon enough, she's probably in a good mood. We told her she could dissect the hag corpse.
Ooh, that's good to know.
Excuse me, I'm going to go wash up before any children see me and I give them nightmares.
Yeah, that's advisable. They're all currently occupied with dinner, so you should be able to slip in to the bath, no problem.
So Tagulin is just gonna head out.
All right. If I don't see you, good luck.
As unsettling as it is, it's a good look for her. I'm gonna go practice.
Know the training yard is?
I think I remember roughly where it is.
Go downstairs behind the staircase. There's double doors that lead you out towards the back. Pretty hard to miss once you're out there.
All right. Sounds good to me.
But yeah, I should probably get going. If you guys need anything, just you know how this works here. Just go find one of the other adjutants, and they'll be able to they'll help as best as they can. All right. I'll see you when I see you. Smiles, exits. Yeah, Yelena going for a bath. Core going to practice air quotes.
He has a magical short sword now that he has not actually stuck into anyone yet. So
True. It's weighted
time to get a quick.
way differently than what he's used to.
So that's what Core is going to be doing. Anybody is welcome to see how Core goes about doing things.
Okay. In which case, Haba, Nero, what are you guys up to?
Not much. I think what, like, the most they're gonna do is Haba is gonna spend some time prepping some ingredients for tomorrow's breakfast and whatnot.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
And last but not least, what's Estella gonna be up to?
I think Estella is going to be reading that book to get acquainted with the book because she's pretty much set with her her items, her skills, etc. So yeah, I think she'll just read up on that book and try to find jot down ways to make the book less boring to read through and or listen to someone read.
All right. Yeah, so Estella, you can go to the library, find the exact book in question, and sit down with it at the table and just kind of pull your hair out for, however long you want about trying to make this very dry book interesting.
Yeah, and she's gonna just be like, okay, that part is so boring. Maybe it'd be a lot more fun if it was like this. What if they did this instead? Oh, that's basically what she's doing.
What if I added a dragon?
Yeah. Let's rewrite this whole book right now.
That's the goal. No.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're gonna take our first break there. Think about anything that you want to get done before a long rest, and then we're gonna hit into the long rest, and we're gonna then begin following up on morning preparations for this. And
All
prepare for a hastily hand-drawn warehouse map, because I didn't know where this was gonna be. Here we are.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds
Actually,
good.
we're gonna set it in Pop's house in his living room.
Could have. I have a Pop's interior map. That being said, 10-minute break. 10-minute break.
Right.
So come back. We're around 25 past.
Okay.
You're back.
No. case it wasn't clear for anyone else, for those of you lurking, we're gonna go take a 10-minute break while we kind of get things organized and ready for the following day. Thanks for watching. We will be back momentarily. Yes, Don?
Me. I'm just making sounds.
Oh, okay. Then make sounds on your own time. I gotta go to the bathroom. unless you need me real quick.
No, we're good. I'm gonna take care of my dogs. So if I end up being a little bit later, that's why.
Yep, understandable. Time to draw.
Back.
Welcome back.
Just got some orange juice.
Nice. OJ's a good time.
Yeah. You guys want to know an unsettling bone fact that you might know, but I didn't know until recently, and it horrifies me.
I mean, I hate everything about that sentence, but sure.
So you know how your forearm has like two bones in it,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Do you know they actually twist over each other when you twist your arm around? That's how that motion is done. Is the bones twisting overlapping?
Hmm. Interesting.
Horrifying. I hate it. I hate it, and now you know too. And you must share in my pain.
Yeah, like I hate it. I hate it less than you because, like, if someone showed it to me, then I would hate it. Like, you know, if someone was like, "Let me strip the flesh off my bones and then do this thing for you," I'd be like, "Oh, that I hate." But since it relies purely on my imagination, I can make it less terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Thing to come back to.
Nothing to be alarmed. Just completely regular stuff being talked about by two completely regular guys.
Yeah, that's where I just send you a picture of what of the bone models just doing it. To be real mean, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna let you leave it to your imagination and whatnot.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Quinn, on the other hand, no, you will suffer.
Oh no.
Nah.
When deal with it. But on a different note, Quinn, you pop into the stream occasionally, right?
Yeah, every now and then.
Do you get ads?
No, I don't think I've ever gotten an ad.
Okay.
I saw that post.
Yeah, I was like, I thought I had turned it all off. So I was really surprised when the comment came up. I was like, I'm pretty sure I turned all those settings off.
Yeah, like
I think there might be an occasional pre-roll that's done for tuning in originally. But other than that, I didn't think there was anything else.
Yeah, no, I hopped into the stream right as it started, just to, one, support the channel, and I just kind of have it off to the side on another tab, and two, see how the overlay looks in the stream. But I didn't get an ad.
Okay. Yeah, because of all things, I actually have a bit of a pet peeve about ads in D&D streams, because it's like, I understand a need, to get income and support yourself, But man, if I miss a really important narrative moment because an ad plays, I am never going to watch this again. So I absolutely made sure I didn't have mine running.
Oh yeah, it's super annoying Twitch ads at some points because like I was watching E3 on Twitch the other week and like half of the Smash announcement got blocked by an ad for me.
Oof.
Oh no.
I had to go rewatch it. Luckily, Nintendo just posts all their stuff on YouTube the moment it gets announced. So
They do.
Mm-hmm.
There's
kind of just like, well, okay then. That's annoying.
There's a guy whose job it is to just sit at a desk and press a big red upload button right as soon as something launches, so the way the video finishes by the time the content does on E3.
I'm sure they have them like all uploaded to their channels. Like, okay, live.
Yeah, they just
I mean,
have them,
that's a
privated
more
or, like,
reasonable
unlisted.
way to do it.
It's definitely funny because I'm subscribed to the Nintendo YouTube channel. So every time they have like one of these patch announcements or like their directs, it's always just like 3 rows of Nintendo videos
Mm-hmm.
that just all get posted at once.
Sounds like Nintendo, alright.
I return back to hagging hides.
Never gonna live that down, am I?
Let's be honest, it was
We'll
funny.
see. It was actually funny.
There are worse things. There are worse things to be remembered for.
Considering my master grasp of butchering the English language, I have to get my one up somehow, Quinn.
I'm here. In case that was ever.
Welcome. Do not worry. I was just painting up a really hasty battle map for a warehouse. 2 colors. That's all I did.
I understand.
And then I suppose yours. I'm going to draw some things on the map that are not going to be visibly present, but it will be present for the sake of your understanding. AKA things well set.
The super delayed blast fireball that'll go off if we fail. Just incinerate corpses and hopefully kill the hags.
Well, I mean, he might have installed a failsafe in case you guys screw up, yeah. Listen, I'm just hedging my bets.
It's okay. I can make myself resistant to the fire damage. Clearly this was Quill's plan all along. It's why he gave me the gloves way back when.
Yep. He knew.
He's picking the right level to kill me at, too.
Is there a wrong level to kill you at?
Any level before I have evasion.
Fair, but also, like, I mean, there are more spells than just dex save spells.
There's no such thing. You can't say that.
Too late.
Or must make an int save.
I will make it in save. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but
I'm
wait a
sorry,
second.
strength save.
Rogues are really good at that. Stop.
Strength save. Big rock falling on your head. What you gonna do? Can't dodge it. It's too big. The size of the room.
You can only catch it.
Only catch.
The day Yelena
I'm
has
gonna
to
catch
make
this
a strength
rock.
save is just the day that she gets flung through like 4 buildings, Dragon Ball Z style.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Your time is coming.
Yeah. I might just be like misremembering, but I'm surprised we haven't like been freaking out at the mention of a fourth hag in this group yet. Like I could have sworn we had only like pinned down 3. Like
Yeah,
this
we
is the
don't think
first thing I heard about a fourth.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
so yeah, you guys found out there was a fourth, and just like, yep, all right, cool. There's 4. There were 4. Nice.
I was silently freaking out. I was like, are they gonna acknowledge it?
I mean, the only acknowledgement that was needed was, yes, there's still a coven. Noted.
Oh no, they still have that going for them.
Joke's on you. I'm the 4th hag. I've been luring you into a false sense of security. Whole time.
I knew it.
Oh,
That's
come
why you've
on.
been gone. You've been plotting behind our backs.
Why would you do that, man?
Look,
Come on, like right before the
couldn't-
actual big reveal?
Look, I couldn't hold it back any longer, okay?
I'll play it. I'll play it up real good when we get off break. Don't worry.
Do you know that some hags have a penchant for disguising themselves as beautiful elves?
They do. It's actually like even like word for word in the monster manual. They do that.
Okay. At a count of hands, how many of you are secretly hags? Every single person raises their hands.
Like, wait, then why were we even trying to kill each other?
The hag wars were the hags you hagged along the way.
Which wars?
Because they were too strong. They had to pay for their sins.
Dyer just
Only
came to
I
us
can be the strong hag.
all individually as we were making our characters. Like, okay, I have this really cool idea. You're secretly a hag.
And I said that to all of you, but didn't tell you all that you were all hagged. And so you're gonna all find out.
Oh, fudge!
This is going to be my next. This is gonna be my next campaign, and then I'm gonna tell one person that they're not a hag.
Oh my god.
That's gonna be the worst. That poor person.
Traitor among us.
It's gonna be Quinn. When you're not gonna be the hag.
No.
That was pretty good. I'm sorry. That was really funny.
I mean, you laugh.
Question is when
I
it's
laughed.
revealed.
I
we form a
laughed. Quinn laughed. The toaster laughed. We killed the toaster,
Toaster.
and then we had a great day.
Classic.
You were saying, Quinn?
I was just saying it's a question of whether or not the which is a fight between us as hags, or if when we all find out we form a coven and go gang wars against all the other hag covens in the city.
Okay, but I'm actually pretty down for that.
Might have been the next arc. Shh.
Look, Quinn, look what you did.
It's hags all the way up to level 20.
Yep.
There
Doable.
was like
It
I don't
is
know what else-
doable.
I don't know what else to put in a giant city, so I'm just gonna make all
Hag.
their enemies
Everything
hags.
is a hag.
Oops, all hags.
The homeless guy,
You're-
hag.
You're a hag, he's a hag, they're hags. You're all hags.
I don't know
Except
if
for you.
I don't know if it's just me and my Dark Souls brain rot, but the fourth district head is giving me like big like Aldrich vibes from Dark Souls 3.
I mean,
How much
if there
he
was
eats.
gonna be a monster that was gonna do that, either that or it's gonna be Smog.
Yeah.
It sounds like the worst person, like the absolute worst.
Yeah, right? Hey, when we go to fight him, we can lure him in with some good old cooking from the twins. Dress him up with the big fake mustaches and chef coats.
Can I just say that my favorite thing about watching the stream, besides the fact that it's just us having fun, is literally just watching Estella pop up and wink every time she
Yeah.
talks.
Did you like the wink? I spent some time working on Estella. I'm like, the wink felt really necessary.
It is. It's wonderful. I feel like it fits her so well.
The first time that we started talking about the Circle Head and we were on the topic of Resident Evil 8, I was just thinking he's just the Duke but evil.
Well, I mean, yeah. He's not that immobile. He's getting there, but he's not that bad yet.
Yeah, he's
have
not
you
that bad.
seen the Duke? He gets around. We don't know how.
Okay, but have you-
yes, that's the point. We don't know how.
Okay.
Avinda still can walk.
But have you seen the Lady the Mistress, or whatever you want to call her, in your game of D&D. She's standing right in front of you. I would like you to acknowledge her. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thomas, true.
Yes, same thing.
I would.
So you know how like there's that rapper called The Baby?
Nope.
What about him?
Well, now I'm using it as it's not the mistress. It's not whatever how you actually say her name. It's the mistress. That's what I'm leaving it
The
at.
mistress. The mistress.
The mistress. Yep. Because I refuse to deal with the pain of her last name any longer.
I just call her Lady D.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a pretty good one too.
Real easy. Real easy.
I like that a lot too.
Yep.
But what about
And it's
the
informal
baby?
enough that she'd hate you, that she would step on you. So like it really works on multiple levels.
It honestly works to your advantage if you really think about it.
It does.
Mhm.
Oh, it does.
My favorite thing is the size comparison chart of her next to Mr. X, next to next to a normal character,
Mm-hmm.
where she is bigger than the tyrant.
I think my favorite part is really just putting her next to all of my characters in D&D and just watching how she would tower her. And you know the meme where the woman's like holding the other girl up against the wall? That's how I think of all my characters in tandem, like compared to her. The woman is immaculate.
All characters in Sam's mind are compared by giant women holding them up against walls.
But like, am I wrong? All my characters are so small.
My favorite comparison was this.
I mean, Chief is like, what, 7?
Yeah, he's like 7. He's like 7'6", 7. Like, yeah, he's a tall boy. So when I was like, as someone who came up playing the Halo franchise from my middle school days, and then really getting into Halo as I got older, like to the lore and all the books and stuff as well. I'm like, oh no, the Spartans are pretty big people. And then just seeing that, I lost. I absolutely lost it.
How'd you get down here? I'm playing D&D.
Yeah, we are. Now we are.
Yeah,
I like how
you
these
can
are,
put your
like-
car there.
Xander just shows up in the most random places, and it's the best thing.
Is that why you were making monkey noises earlier?
Suddenly.
Maybe.
Hi. Can you
So,
say
like,
hi?
ending with-
Can you say how are you?
It's like, no, I'm not talking.
You don't hear him?
No.
He's saying hi.
No.
Can you say hi?
Hi,
Can you say how
There
are
he
you?
is.
are you? What's that?
Mhm.
The child has spoken.
Oh, Xander, no!
Oh no.
What do you do?
I was playing TFT while we're waiting, and he just refreshed everything. Xander, you
Your
made me lose
punishment
4
for
gold.
playing game.
I know, while I wait,
Your
in our time
punishment.
of waiting.
Yes.
No. You don't?
No.
Okay, you can get down. You want your car? Okay.
There.
Can you, oh, you want it right there? Okay. Only because you were so nice. You're welcome.
Okay. Are we ready to start?
Hello.
Yeah, we're ready.
Are you sure? Xander doesn't sound like he's ready.
No, he's ready.
Okay.
The child is the old god that Sam listens to every now and then. Don't be fooled. It only takes the appearance of a small child.
That would be
Funny
weird.
as you said that, and then he said, heck yeah.
I love it. All right. So you were all at the Fate's Edge orphanage, having just left a meeting with Nobody Smiles and Quill, coming to the realization that Pops has been taken by the hags in transition from his meeting from the 6th District. With that in mind, a plan has been put in motion much sooner than anticipated to contact the hags, arrange a meeting, and hopefully ambush the rest of the coven there, putting an end to this. It is the day before. You've all sort of split up to tend to your own needs for right now. Are there any particular details that anyone wants to sort of work through prior to just before bed?
Not that I can think of.
No, I think Core just goes to town with a sword.
Okay.
You know what? Actually, I think Nero would join you for like some midnight training if you're down for that core.
It's only like 6:30, but yeah.
Or not. Where you find out Nero cannot tell time whatsoever.
What time is it at night?
Like 6:30.
Yeah, it's about 6:30.
Do you think she has enough time to carouse?
With
what are you?
Ooh.
Are they? He said they're going into town, right?
No.
No. We're going
mean-
to town on each other.
I mean, yeah,
Swords.
that's what he said. Yeah, you could go find a tavern if you wanted to.
Yeah, sure. I'll go to tavern.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how nice of a tavern is Estella gonna look for?
Somewhere between 6 and 9.
Okay.
Low, just somewhere nice enough, but not so like unreachable. If that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. Because the 1st District, it is what we would call the straight edge district. It's very lawful. Everyone's cared for here. People are very nice. Establishments don't get too rowdy. It's easy to find a nice tavern. Very easy to find a 6, especially. And if Estella's not going to spend overly much time being picky, the first tavern that she finds is good. It's very nice.
Yeah, she's not going to be picky.
Okay. You will find. Funny, I have all these moments over the course of the week where I'm just having a conversation with my wife. And I'm like, man, that would make a great name for a tavern, and I never write them down. You really need to start writing them down.
I know exactly what that's like.
Okay. You find a tavern. It's called the Light Rose.
Okay.
Above its door, on the stone exterior, is a glass-blown rose. It's very pretty. There's a magical stone that's inlaid into the wall just behind it, and it sort of sends out this shimmering prism-like effect on the surrounding parts of the street. Very pretty. There's light music inside, and once upon entering, it's a decently sized establishment. There are about 40 people here right now. There is a band on the small raised stone stage on the far side, playing some relatively upbeat music. There is a long bar with several people seated at it. There are 2 bartenders currently working, and you can see amidst the people at the tables, a handful of waiters and waitresses currently tending to people's meals. It seems honestly like a really polite after work place to have gone. And that's what a lot of these people feel like. You get a glance at most of them, and you can tell a lot of these people are just the hard-working, day-to-day people that are off of work, and they've come here just to relax following a work day.
Right. Okay, nice.
Yeah. So anything you want to do here, or is Estella just coming here to sort of relax and enjoy the environment?
It's just to relax and enjoy the environment. Just gonna see what the little area is about, because she, they usually just go to the orphanage and that's it. They don't really go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So she just wants to get to know the little town itself.
Sure. Are you going to be spending any money there?
Yeah, sure. She'll probably buy a round on the house, she'll pay for a whole round for everybody in the tavern.
Okay. A round for everyone in the tavern is going to cost you 5 gold.
Yeah, she'll do it.
All right. The thing that might surprise you, Estella, is that you do that, and of course you get the very expected reaction of, you get people that raise their cups to you, and a handful of cheers, and some whistles and things of that nature. But then over the course of like the next half hour, 40 minutes, while you're sort of just there carousing, talking to people, getting to know individuals, a lot of people come from where they were sitting, and they come over and they personally thank you.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like I said, it's such a like down home, salt of the earth kind of thing. That these people, they don't have any problem approaching you. They're very humble. They will either offer a handshake or bow, and they thank you for their drink, and then they cheers to you, and then they go sit back down.
All right. Nice. She loves that a lot, actually.
I suppose a good follow-up is, how long is Estella going to stay there?
Just for a couple hours, nothing too long.
Okay. In which case, we'll revisit you momentarily.
Yeah, of course.
So we've got the boys in the training yard. You guys are just beating up some training dummies. Anything special?
I don't know if there's really much in the way to say here. I don't think Core's really done too much training with Arrow. Core usually he's not a super practiced swords person who doesn't really have like any
Formal training.
I guess formal training whatsoever, so his approach to things is very different.
All right. Are you guys silent in your training, or do either one of you does Cora strike up a conversation? I stopped realizing who the other half of this is.
The other half is Nero.
Yep.
I think Core's probably also just kind of watching Nero and how he goes about things. I think he's seen this maybe once or twice before. Just kind of seeing how he's going about doing things here. And he's got a different weapon, right?
Yeah, he picked up the I named it Boar Cutter, but it's a +1 hand axe.
Right, your new handy cleaver.
Yeah, a nice little meat cleaver.
Yeah. I think the thing that Core's probably going to do is Core's going to insist that Nero stand on one side and they just practice flanking.
Okay, yeah.
To the point where it's even something to the simple of not just hitting at one side, but if Core shifts one direction, then you shift the other.
Mm-hmm.
And vice versa. Just, an exercise.
All right. You guys spend quite a bit of time in the training yard in silence, working through this new routine. Kind of less practical application and more really getting to know each other's body language in a fight. In the past, it's just been very chaotic. You sort of just been dropped into a lot of scenarios, and there's been really no time to focus. In this quiet moment, in the back of the orphanage, you really start to get a better feel for one another as you sort of begin reading more each other's body language and stepping into this training dummy, this magical clay regenerative training dummy you guys sort of hack into. And while not much is said, you definitely feel something really taking root. It's not as awkward as maybe you thought it would be.
Yeah, I just think that there's no real time for small talk here. It's just all seriousness.
Mm-hmm. All right. Haba's in the kitchen with Dinah. Sorry, I can help myself. Yeah, so Haba's in the kitchen. He's doing some sous chef work, right? He's just doing some food prep.
Yeah. Doing some sous chef work, but I also kind of, just because I can't get the thought of the one Holy Ghost pepper spray not getting used. Could I have retroactively picked up some more holy water on our way back, and I can like subtract the gold for it, or?
Sure. We can do this. We can do this the quick way, which is basically make me a persuasion check.
Okay. Yeah.
And we'll see you. We'll see what the holy water would have run you.
Ooh. We'll take it.
Yeah. It's just a flat 25.
Okay. Yep.
All right. But yeah, you got your holy water.
Awesome. Okay. So I want to try and combine them again. Would I have any sort of like advantage because I've done this before? Creating this?
Not yet. You're not familiar with it yet. The last one was experimental, and you still didn't see the effects of it. So you actually don't know. Like you had something together, you just didn't know if it worked. So it's still unfamiliar territory. So it's just gonna be a cook. It's gonna be a cook utensils, intelligence. Doing some experiment.
Ooh.
Not a great one. Not a great one.
No.
You basically
in his eyes.
Yeah, you basically try to reproduce the effects, the process you did last time, in hopes that you can achieve a similar result. You do end up with a bottle. Whether or not if it's going, you don't think it's as well refined as the last one, but you've got something functional.
Okay.
I don't know how you want to mark it in your sheet based off of its name, but however you want to name it, just put a question mark next to it.
Yeah. All right, yeah, it's gonna be called Ghost Water.
Turns out it's just a bottle of Ghost.
I actually just made like an okay hot sauce. That's all I made.
Yeah.
The Ghost now does fire damage.
Needs a little vinegar.
Yeah. I'm gonna hold on to it. I'm gonna refine it some more later. I'm gonna keep it on the back burner of this project of just weaponizing food.
Really got to go talk to an alchemist. I bet you they could help.
I want to do that at some point. I would like to try and find one at some point after this. Well, there's time.
You have unfortunately not met the alchemist amongst the adjutants. They have not been here yet. But there is.
Good to know.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's like, you've only met like a third of them so far.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they have a lot of specialties they cover. So one day, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So that's Hoppa. He's just, in the kitchen, humming a jaunty tune, working away.
Mm-hmm.
Yelena, after tidying up and cleaning, what is Yelena up to?
And once she's out of the bath, she'll go over to the cafeteria to get some dinner.
Mhm.
And I think she's gonna have a quiet night. She just goes back to the room that her and Estella have been sharing, and just gonna take out the loot that she got and just start practicing with it a bit, trying to, build up her skill with it.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. All right. Time will move on. I suppose, as a quick clarification, when are individuals going to begin heading to bed?
I think we're gonna train for 2 hours and then we're gonna just turn in from there. Core goes through this, clean, and then it's just gonna clean up, and then it's just gonna be an early morning.
Around like 8 o'clock in the evening, pretty early night.
I think Hubba's going to... He's not going to be, like, working on this anymore, but I think he's going to spend, like, an additional hour just looking over, like, if there's any cookbooks in the kitchen or anything like that, just looking over some more stuff.
There are several, actually.
Okay. Yeah, so Hubba's just going to be doing some research.
Fair enough. How long is he going to stay up perusing cookbooks?
I think he's going to go to bed at around 9:30 to 10. So.
Okay.
Yeah, so like about an hour and a half, 2 hours after finishing this is just going to be studying.
Sure thing. And of course, our girl out on the town, Estella. How late do you think she's going to stay out?
I don't think she'll stay out too long. I think she'll also be around 10 or 11.
Okay.
Around that time frame is when she'll get back.
All right. So, yeah, you probably leave around 10. You leave the tavern around 10 and make it back in about a half hour then.
Okay. Yeah.
And do me a favor, Estella. Just roll a persuasion check for me.
A persuasion check?
Yeah. Wow. Unsurprisingly, Estella, you bring a lot of life to this tavern, and you're there for several hours. So as more people begin showing up as they get off of work, the tavern ends up like brimming. It's almost close to 100 people after like 2 hours.
Oh wow!
And like I said, the place is very mild mannered, but the general like energy and atmosphere that you brought with you, just the sort of kind, giving nature you walked in with, buying everyone around, it kind of really sort of infected the place. And so like these people that when you walked in, you could see they were tired, they were a little worn, just people that just worked hard and just wanted a break. They seem much happier. So many people are smiling. The band switches music to a couple of songs that are very easily danceable to, and you get whole groups of people that get up and they start like a couple of them start dancing like arm in arm in big rings, and it's just like everything just picks up. Like your presence there brought such an escalation to everything that people's moods, where they would have just been able to finish their day, get a drink, get a hot meal, and like just round it out and be like, yeah, today was a normal day. Now the end of the day is going to be, wow, today was really a great day.
Oh,
and you can just see it.
She's very happy with that, because that is always her goal, is to bring happiness to people around her. So if she could do that, that's really awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That makes her happy.
Yeah, and people are excited. There's a charm to the people of the First District in that they're really not ashamed to interact with people. So like partway through, when the dancing really picks up, you get like 2 or 3 people that come over and take you by the elbows and pull you into the dance.
Yeah, she'll happily dance with them too.
You have a jolly good time.
That's awesome. She's very happy with this result. she doesn't get to venture out on the smaller places often, so when she does, that's awesome for her.
Mhm. And then you'll head back.
Yep.
Parting ways with everyone at the tavern. Everyone like stopping and saying goodbye, and you're pretty much like on a first name basis with almost everybody. But you get the whole like loud good night Estella from like the entire tavern as you leave. You get several offers of individuals to walk you wherever you're going. You know, it was just a really good experience.
Yeah, she waves all to all of them goodbye, tells them to make it home safe, and hopefully their day tomorrow is better.
You get back to the orphanage without any fuss. It's quiet by now, unsurprisingly.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you go when you get back?
She'll go to the library if nothing more than to just, kind of look around a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And just to see if maybe she can get any inspiration from the books in the library.
Okay.
And then once after, she'll just go to bed. Go to the room where Yelena is and go to bed. Or the room they share and go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Quote unquote, bed.
When you stop in the library and you're doing some casual perusal, right? You've got this mission in your head, this promise to this child that you've made. And you're really reviewing the book and spending a little time familiarizing yourself with it. You're like, this is not going to be a fun thing to go over a child with. So you're spending quite a bit of effort to try to make what is this inevitable meeting interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And for the first time in a long time, Estella, as you're sort of sitting there with a couple of books open at one of these tables, kind of reading through things, kind of formulating a plan in your mind, you just hear this long, exasperated sigh. And at first, you kind of look over your shoulder like you're expecting someone.
Mm-hmm.
And then it dawns on you. It's not in the room. It's in your head.
Wait, she's just like, what? Hello? She kind of says out loud, even though she gets the feeling that it's in her head.
My dear, why are we in the library when we had a very lovely party to attend?
Is someone there?
I think Dyer's muted.
Did I mute myself?
I
He
can see
died.
you talking.
Hello?
But
There we go.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Odd.
That is very odd.
Odd indeed. Okay.
But we did it.
Attempt number 2.
Stella,
Right, number 2.
my dear, why, oh why, are we here in this library when we had a perfectly fine party to attend?
There was a party?
Back at the
Where?
tavern.
Oh. Well,
Many-
I have to get ready for tomorrow.
Adequate individuals we could have sampled. I'm left wanting, my dear Estella.
She kind of, an eyebrow raises, and she's like, wanting what?
I suppose I've never been very vocal about my needs, but you've always met them, so I've never had to be. I need a taste of someone.
Someone?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, this is crazy. Who are you?
Come now, my child, you can't possibly have forgotten about me.
Forgotten. I don't even know who you are.
Why do you think you have the appetites that you do? That is me. The finer things in life that you so adore, that is me. And you get this, like, husky breath. That amazing touch of skin to skin that you enjoy so much, that is me. I suppose.
How long?
Hmm?
You've always been there?
Well, I mean, not always. But for most of your life. You don't remember the day we came together.
I'm sorry, but I do not.
Oh. I'm offended. But I'll forgive you, since we're stuck in this together anyway. Go on, speak your mind. I can hear you thinking.
Oh, she kind of just scratches her head a bit and she's just like, I'm honestly, for once, lost for words. I never knew that there was someone in my head always watching me.
That's a polite way of putting it. It is more like... I share a body with you. But you're the one driving the wagon, if you will.
Oh. Have you ever tried driving the wagon, per se?
No. I've never had a need to. But I would if I could.
Interesting. That's very interesting. Well then, do you have a name? Or is that a silly question?
I can't give you my name. Unfortunately.
Is there anything you can tell me?
Well, suppose it's best to put it like this. I am an individual who is not, perhaps, what the world would call the nicest person. However, we are in this together. Your happy life means my happy life. I don't want anything to happen to you, Estella. I very much care about you. So if it makes you feel any better, while this news might be shocking, understand that I am in this together with you. I have every intent to help you any way I can.
Well, that's wonderful news. So how can you help me? I mean, I can only assume you know thus far what's going on.
Well, I know many things. I have lived for a very long time. I know many, many people and their secrets. So if necessary, I might be able to introduce you to some people that might be able to help you with a small twist of their arm.
She grins slightly and then quickly lets the grin dissipate. And then she remembers, you probably already saw that, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, I've never been opposed to a small twist of the arm to get information I need.
Oh, I know. That's why I figured we would work together so famously.
I agree. So, do you perhaps want to tell me what leads you might have?
Well, what problem
people
would
we
you
can
like
talk
me
to?
to, what problem would you like to address first?
Well, I guess a good question would be, do you know where this what's the name of this guy? Can't even think. What the Constamon? Do you have any idea who he's around, where we can find him, who to talk to find them?
The
Find him?
mage you were talking about earlier. Well, I don't know him personally. He's not been around long enough. He does, however, keep a consort.
Really?
Yes. A lovely elven woman. She's been around for some time. Probably longer than is reasonable. I think is why they get along so well.
That would make sense. How interesting.
Hmm.
Do you know where she is?
Well, I suspect somewhere in that haughty 4th district. I don't think anywhere else would live up to her expectations.
Oh, so she also likes the finer things in life. I guess that is very fair. Has she shown herself at all lately?
Well, that I don't know. I can only see what you see, my dear.
Fair enough.
My knowledge is limited to what I know and what you have learned yourself. And I've been, well, anchored to you, that is. Everything I'm recalling could be quite old and outdated by now.
That is indeed fair. I will give you that. So then, at least we have somewhere to start. At some point when we need it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best way to say that.
Yes. And as much as I loathe to agree with him, that elven mage you spoke to earlier, the prickly one, he is correct. We should deal with the problem directly in front of us. Those hags.
Yes, it is important for us to get rid of those hags. Which comes to my next question. Do you have any idea where these hags might be? Or then again, you probably only know as much as I know on that too.
Well, yes. Whatever the debriefing was by that handsome one with the red hair. Other than that, I don't really know much else. I only know a little bit about hags themselves.
Understandable. Well, that's still a lot more information that I could use for once we do get to deal with him.
It's at this point you feel your right hand twitch, and then it begins to move on its own. It picks up a quill nearby, and it writes the name down on one of the pieces of parchment that you have.
And what's
Don't
down?
don't mind me. I just wanted to make sure you knew when the time would come the name of the consort I mentioned earlier. And I've put in the Roll20 chat.
Excellent. This is perfect.
I promise that won't be a habit. I just wanted to get out of the way.
She just giggles a little bit and she's like, that's understandably fair. Still, I thank you. Well then. We have much to discuss on a later date, yeah?
Oh, most certainly. I am going to be around.
I promise that we can party some more next time.
Well, at the very least, take me out on a date sometime. All these lost kids and all these uptight individuals at the orphanage are getting boring.
She just kind of giggles at that and says, all right. I can do that.
Very good. And of course, if you keep me well fed, I'll be able to help you more.
She smiles and says, I can do that. We'll get it situated.
Well, lovely to talk to you officially. It's been some time. It's just you've grown, well, I don't think you need me to tell you, but you've grown very powerful. And it's freed me up a little to be more open with our communication.
I, oddly enough, feel the same. Please feel free to stop by anytime.
Oh, well, I'm always here. And I'll chip in an opinion from time to time, and you're always free to ask me for one. Otherwise, I'll try not to be too intrusive.
No, this is perfect. Now that I know that I can talk with you, I'm more than happy to ask questions as I come up with them.
Very good. I would perhaps advise a little bit of caution when speaking to your compatriots about me. I don't know how they would feel knowing that you have an entity bound to your soul.
Well, I am very honest with them, but I will take caution when speaking of you, because you're right. I don't know how they would feel about such a thing.
Yes, at least until we know a little bit more. Because my life at risk is your life at risk.
Of course, and I wouldn't want to do that. Well, seems we're in agreement.
Well, I suggest you go get some rest now. There's a busy day tomorrow.
But it is. You take care.
Of course. I'll be watching. Waiting.
She smiles to herself and says, perfect. And then she she grabs the piece of paper off the table, folds it neatly and sticks it into her pocket, and then she says goodnight as she just makes her way out of the library.
Right. And off to bed you go.
Off to bed I go.
With a new acquaintance made.
Yeah. It's a very good new acquaintance.
Or an old acquaintance.
Oh no.
Or an old acquaintance, exactly.
Find out next time. All right. Eventually all of you turn in. The sleep is reasonable enough. There's a little bit of tension, a slight bit of discomfort. There's a lot of uncertainty coming your way, a lot of potential risks that need to be taken. But eventually, you find rest. It is the end of the day, Therefore, anyone with unexpended fate dice, please roll them now. And near as I can tell, I don't have any notes taken down for anybody.
Other than the one I did. No, that was a charisma token. Yeah, I haven't done one.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has rolled any.
Time to destroy everyone. You see that number, Nero?
Yeah.
Remove a
That's
one.
nothing.
I
I'm
want to
gonna
see some
show
real.
you what
I
it's
don't like
to
this
go
attitude.
You said so.
further
Second
beyond. Oh, it's pretty
Seven.
mediocre.
I got the highest one, I think.
Can
so
we just
far.
reduce everybody's by 10?
No. Just because you want to drag everyone down with you.
Yes.
That's not nice.
The 69 is.
True, you got me there.
Sleep is restful. Eventually, you will all come to. Due to the way time was sort of stagnated based off of when people actually went to bed. Funnily enough, Yelena and Estella, you both will sort of come to around the same time. Since Yelena turned in early.
Okay. And this constitutes as a long rest, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay, just making sure so I can.
Make a point, it is very early in the morning. It is 4 a.m.
Oof. Yeah, that is pretty early.
Estella, you wake up. You kind of come out of your trance early in the morning. Before anything else, you wake up and there's a realization that sort of settles on you. You realize there are things you can do now that you weren't completely aware that you could do before. Like a
Okay.
further fraction of your power has awakened. This is more or less the in-character explanation for Estella to fully understand what it means to have her co-pilot with her and the abilities he grants her.
Mm-hmm.
Most especially your most recent features that you got at level 6.
Right.
And as you sort of come out of the trance and you're sort of fully awake, this dawning realization settling on you, you just hear the voice once again come into your head.
And good morning, my sweet child. How did you rest?
Quite well. Although I'm a bit concerned as to waking up so early.
Well, early bird catches the worm and all of that. I think that's something people still say.
I agree. I believe so as well. Although, what worm are we catching today? I wonder.
The hagworm. That's a terrible sounding thing. The ambush that was being prepared. I believe this was being arranged very early in the morning.
Ah, yes, of course. How could I have forgotten?
Quick, don't look now. Your friend is waking up.
There she is.
Hugh Yelena.
Like Roan shifting in the bed, rolling over, groaning again, and finally just kind of pulling the covers off.
Very graceful awakening.
Good morning, Galina.
Good morning.
It's very early. I apologize. Did I wake you?
No, I went to bed early so that we could be prepared.
Mm-hmm. She nods.
I don't know when the others went to bed, but it probably shouldn't be more than an hour or two until they're up.
Yeah, they should be up fairly soon, I think. I hope, anyway. How are you feeling this morning?
About the same as any other morning, I suppose.
Feels awfully early today.
And cold.
I have, I can probably warm up the room if you want. Maybe light a fire under the chimney. Warm
If you
up the
wish.
entire area. Does the room have a fireplace?
Yeah. It's got a small little potbelly stove. It's
Okay.
basically been reduced down to embers. You just gotta toss some more wood on it. It'll liven up.
Yep, she'll do that then. She'll toss some more lumber in there, and then she'll like blow on it slightly to get the fire going.
Mm-hmm. It ignites, like the wood catches faster and burns very quickly. Quicker than you would think.
That burned a little bit faster than usual.
You're welcome.
She just smirks and goes, and mentally just says thank you. She goes, there, it should be warm now, or warming up some.
Thank you.
No problem.
Her morning stretches.
Mind if I join you?
If you think you can keep up?
I think so. She will attempt to keep up with Yelena with morning stretches.
Doable. It's doable. The girls do yoga in the morning, waiting on the guys to wake up. Just like guys. Am I right?
I don't know. I went to bed the same time Yelena did at 8 o'clock.
Oh, did you? Never mind.
Yeah.
I think Core is also rolling around somewhere nearby. In the room adjacent.
She's just rolling around.
You can't find him because he's so small.
He's in the pillowcase.
He's he- what is 76 on the chart of ridiculous disguises?
Pretty ridiculous.
Just a potted cactus in the room with a little core face cut out.
He's just painted green and he's holding up two cactus arms in his hands.
It's prickly enough.
Come on, this is improv. What's a ridiculous outfit?
I imagine that as they're coming in, there is a picture frame, and he has decided to replace the picture in it by holding the frame itself and just putting himself as close to the wall as possible, and he's just sitting there. And he's taking his hat off, and that's why no one recognizes him. It's like Orphan of the Week.
I like to imagine Core just added that himself. Just found a piece
Why
of
is he
wood,
doing
just
this?
wrote it on there.
No one knows.
No one knows. This is how Core copes.
No. This is how Core copes. I think he's probably like at the breakfast table for real.
Yeah.
It's that video of Agent, like, what, 47, just in all the disguises, the guys just going out to work.
You're more than welcome to be at the breakfast table, but breakfast is not served yet. It is after all, 4 a.m. Breakfast is served at 6.
I mean, what better place to wait for people?
Fair point. Core, well, in which case, Core, you would have noticed, in the spot you guys regularly sit, there is a rolled up scroll with a bright red ribbon tied to it, and a very nice name card that says Yelena scrawled on it in very pretty penmanship.
Does he recognize the penmanship?
Make a history check. Man, I just really don't know if you'd even. I don't know. I don't think you've seen any. Yeah, I'll go with that. You've never seen it before. It is very nice, but you've just never seen it.
Well, Core's not going to violate Yelena's privacy, because the moment he opens this up, we all know that the police here are going to come in and they're going to arrest him, because that's a federal offense.
FBI, open up.
I didn't do it! Sure, I think he'll leave it right there.
Okay.
It's just like you open it up, it's just written in bold letters, "This was a test of privacy," and Yelena standing behind you.
I trust you a little more now. That being said, because Haba's going to be out for a little bit, after about a half hour of proper stretches, Yelena and Stella, you can find Core in the cafeteria, sitting down, kind of tending to himself. I suspect going over your equipment seems like a reasonable thing.
Yep. Making sure everything is in order.
When you arrive is when, Yelena, you notice the rolled up parchment on the table with the name placard.
She'll walk over and pick it up, kind of undo the seal and take a look at what it is.
All right. When you pull the ribbon string off, there's an exterior piece of parchment that sort of unfurls itself, and inside that there is another rolled scroll too. It's small and thin. The letter just says, "This was the best I could do on short notice. I hope it helps." And it's signed Captain Smiles.
Smile somewhat, just for the fact that he got it that quickly. But she'll open up the scroll tube and take a look, kind of having an idea of what it might be.
Yeah, it is a scroll of magic weapon. However, make an Arcana check. Really good. Wow. You can tell it's slightly modified. It has been written in such a way that it will coat both of your weapons while it is active.
He works fast and does good work. Or probably Star, I suppose. She'll
So
she'll tuck them back into the scroll case for now.
So that's what that was.
Helpful for fighting the hags.
I got some pretty nice handwriting.
It was very nice. It was like very well practiced calligraphy.
If I didn't know any better, I would have said it was a invitation to somewhere.
What Unfortunately, I haven't had much time to spread my name around the last week or so.
Oh, damn shame about that. So, you know, our chili peppers will be up and at it, hopefully soon.
They're just nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, no, they're out.
They were just left in the middle of the night. Nobody noticed. They got shunted through a portal to scout.
He just wandered.
not
He just
again.
wandered off.
No, I think they'd be joining the rest of y'all this morning. With y'all's breakfast.
So, how'd you both sleep?
Fine. Oh, all right.
Oh, you're here.
We jump forward. in
How
time.
did you do that? What's happening?
Sorry?
I'm making a joke.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It's fine.
So, are we jumping for the 2 hours or not?
Sure, we can.
I don't mind.
Wait, what?
Roar toward
According to
Haba
that.
and Nero are awake.
Oh, we're jumping the 2 hours for Habanero to be awake.
Yes.
Unless you guys wanted to have some meaningful conversations without him.
No, I would
I
like for him
can
to be
understand if that's the
present.
case.
Talk behind their back for 2 hours straight.
Mm-hmm.
Just talking trash, talking smack.
Your kind of name
It's
is
the worst.
Habanero. So dumb.
Mm-hmm. They quite literally share one brain cell.
I get where they're going with it, but wouldn't they have had to have been named Haba first? Who names their kid Haba?
So when you find out,
Good point.
they both just made up the names.
He changed his name, but he split like a quarter of his soul.
This is a once in a lifetime opportunity.
I'm never going to give you guys a straight answer of how that came to be. Were they just named Haba, or like what happened there?
We'll
You'll
never know. I don't want to know now.
They come from a long line of Pepper, the Pepper clan, the Pepper Elf clan. Their father
The
was
spicy
Sergeant Pepper.
boys. No, that would have been their mother. Their mother was the elf in their family.
Anyway,
Yeah.
you guys will pass the time with some polite conversation, some preparation, stuff of that nature. Eventually, the 2 hours will kind of coast by. You'll begin to hear the rumbling life of the orphanage as kids start to wake up, and adjutants begin ushering them into the cafeteria. About an hour before that, Amethyst came in and began cooking breakfast. Eventually, in the hordes of children, Haba and Nero will likewise make their way in. Breakfast today is oatmeal and a variety of sliced fruit, along with a hot drink of your preference.
Any preparations anyone needs to make before we leave?
The special breakfast, the good breakfast that gives people temp HP.
Haba's gonna
Those
just
words.
make his way into the kitchen.
Yeah.
We're special. I have to make our own meal.
Yeah. I gotta use my special feature.
I mean, I know that Haba and Nero, they make pretty good food, but don't you think it's a little bit weird that he's always got to barge into the kitchen to make our food specifically?
I bet this is just in there serving oatmeal and just this basic stuff. And Hama comes out carrying a tray of lobster, and all the kids are just watching.
Like lobster bisque for breakfast.
Yeah, but it's just like, come on, guys.
Hey, Amy, you got a problem with him being in there? I mean, like, he's crowding you, right?
Well, I'm the only one back here right now. That's fine.
I think like while they're working on y'all's breakfast, they're also helping make the food for the orphans and whatnot, and that's probably why.
Nah, she's been done.
She's up with it. Oh, okay. You know what? Fair.
Yeah, she's been done for a while.
I tried to justify. No.
Nope, you're too late. If you want to justify by helping make the meal, you got to be in there an hour earlier.
Okay.
Children don't wait for breakfast, Haba. Come on.
All right, you're right.
You should know this.
I do know this.
You should.
Yeah. I think he's making huevos rancheros for you guys.
I mean, you got some peppers. Seems like a not bad idea.
Yeah.
Is Hatner
gonna
sitting
be-
with us?
Yes.
Sorry.
As has become a bit of a habit, he is sitting with you.
Mm-hmm.
But he came in when all the other kids did, so he has not been present or much informed as to what's happened in the last 12 hours.
Do we tell him?
I don't know.
I mean, we're telling.
That's a group decision.
Mm-hmm.
Tell him about the ambush.
Yelena has no intention of telling him that Pop has been kidnapped. She'll let him know that they're planning on ambushing the hags today. But she also doesn't expect him to come along for that, because he is very much not had a good time trying to fight the hags before.
Mm-hmm. So, just sleep, Hatner.
All things considered, pretty well. Getting used to sleeping on a soft bed. Weird.
Yeah, tell me about it.
So, what's the plan for today?
We're you go ahead, Yelena. I'm sure you'd be the one who's most excited to say it, because you're the most enthusiastic.
Stares at you for like a solid 2 seconds before turning to Hatner.
Or just stares back.
You son of
Just
With some of the adjutants and Quill,
Mhm.
we're setting up an ambush for the hags and luring them out. We're hoping to finish this, so to speak.
Where's it happening?
Warehouse in the 6th district.
Are we gonna set up some traps?
Quill went ahead to set up some magic that should stop them from escaping. We were planning on heading out and seeing the location soon, and seeing exactly what we could do.
That sounds a lot like I'm gonna be excluded from this.
I'm not going to ask you to come, but I'm also not going to stop you. It's going to be dangerous.
Everything we've done so
We
far has
learned
been dangerous.
we learned that there's a fourth. There's a coven, a full one. It's not just 3.
Great. Ugh.
And, I mean, if you want to be part of that fight, I'm not going to stop you. You can make that decision yourself, but know that once you're in there, you're not going to be able to get out of there very easily.
I'll be honest with you, I really don't know what I'd be able to do. I've been useless against the hags every single time one has shown up. I was a nuisance at best. What am I gonna do? Stab them? Barely works for some of you.
When you're desperate, sometimes that's all you really gotta do. I mean, I'm not gonna speak for Estelle, I'm not gonna speak for Yelena or Habanero, but, you know, I've never really fought anything like this. I've seen some kind of weird things before, but I've never dealt with these things. I'm kind of just winging it. It's okay to be scared of these things. I don't think, you know, anyone would fault you for not wanting to, you know, face them down with a bow, a sling, even a blade.
As rich as it is coming from me, you can't do everything by yourself. We wouldn't have gotten this far without your help, and we wouldn't be doing this without the adjutant's help.
And none of this would have been possible without all of us helping each other. And that shouldn't deter you, but we do need you to stay safe.
I'll be honest with all of you. Really think it's gonna be better if I stay here.
And that's fine with me.
All the kids are here. If I just up and go missing, they might want to leave.
And they all look up to you. And
They all rely on you.
they
Not
need you
anymore.
to be someone who's a guiding hand.
Yes, they can take care of themselves, Hatner. But they'll always need your help. They'll always look up to you. Funny, because I'm sure you feel that's not the case, but I promise you that's very much so the case.
Yeah, like I said, you don't need to convince me overly hard that I shouldn't go face down a coven of hags. It sounds like a terrible idea.
Doesn't sound much fun either, does it?
No, no, it doesn't.
Do you... What's your gut telling you, though?
I should stay here. And to be honest with you, I don't really hate the sound of it. There's a side of me that, of course, wants to see this through, but the whole thing, the whole reason why all this started was because I was just trying to keep the kids safe, and I'd rather be here and make sure that happens. You guys haven't screwed up yet, so I don't see why you'd start now.
Hmm.
I can trust you guys to
You
see this
know-
through.
That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me this week.
Well then, don't start being a screw up now.
Estella just sits there like, I haven't said anything about you this week. Have I?
Very long week.
That it is.
You did really good. You did really good, Hatner.
Yeah. Just, like I said, see it through, guys.
We will.
And, you know, don't die.
Don't plan on it.
He stops and squints. Wait, have you met someone who has?
Hmm?
Planned on
Yeah.
dying. That would be weird.
I mean, it just depends on who you are. I've met quite a few people here and there that are happy to die for their country or happy to die for a cause. But it's not exactly the same type of, planning of dying, though.
No, that's fair though. All right, no, fair. All right, point taken.
I've met people that I planned on killing, and if they didn't plan on dying, they shouldn't have done what they did.
Hmm.
Close enough, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I said point
Very-
made. Point made.
Very morbid, Yelena, but I agree. She smiles.
Of course, just very quiet during this entire thing. Kind of quietly staring at the necklace.
As wonderful as it is to eat a gourmet meal in front of a cafeteria full of children watching our every bite while they sip their oatmeal, I think we should probably get going.
No, I want to sit in my ivory tower for a little bit longer. I want them to know that I'm better than them. Core just says sarcastically. They must know that I'm the Orphan King. I don't have a paper crown. Listen, you're the one who made the joke, alright? I'm rolling with it.
Mm.
Stella just blinks at you.
Audible blinking.
We'll be back at this orphanage at some point, I'm sure. We're not just going to finish this and then disappear forever.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be back. I'm definitely gonna be back, she says as she just...
Still thinking about that story.
Yeah, she's
A
just
little
like,
bit too much emphasis. I'm definitely going to be back.
and then she's just like, you can like see her sulking a little bit because she's just like, this book is so boring.
Why did I agree to this?
Honestly, she was like, oh yeah, it's a nice book with the phoenix on it. It's awful. I hate it.
Yeah.
Look, she loves the kids enough that she's gonna go through with it. That's the best part.
Mhm, mhm. All right. So you guys will leave all of your goodies in tow. Gonna catch a carriage, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Yes.
We only have to pay for 5 of us this time.
Just
I
really
always
narrowed
forget
it
that
down.
I always forget that there's like 5 of us. I forget about Hava and Nero being their own peoples.
Theoretically, we could only pay for 4, and class features. Nero can be sent
Yeah.
away, but rude.
That's
True.
so mean.
Yeah, but he's not really a person, right? He can just ride his wherever he goes.
He's a
Luggage.
pig.
Yeah, so
Oh,
if we load him into the
that's so
luggage carrier, do we have to pay for him?
He's
can we just
just
pay
a
for the
fever
luggage?
dream.
Moral wise, this and ethics, what this horrifying. Oh.
However, economic wise, it's wonderful.
These are things you should think about.
Really dehumanizing if he's only like 20% of a soul.
Like 30%, okay?
Okay, I'll give you the extra 10%, but no more.
Used to be.
All right,
Get out of here, Nero. Go back to the sad dimension. You
to the
Go back
shadow
to the
realm.
shadow realm.
we'll call you when we need you for a fight.
I just literally just like instead of like killing someone, it's like I'm gonna send you to the sad dimension.
You're gonna have to talk to the sad man. His name is Nero.
I always
Every
like when I
single
think of
time
Nero and
some-
Haba, I always have to think Nero is the edgy one and Haba's not.
Nero, okay, he might have started off edgy, but I don't even know if he's going to be qualified as edgy
He's
anymore.
not edgy. He is just a bumbling idiot who
Yeah, he's
has
just awkward
no
now.
sense of
Yeah.
awkward is a very generous way to describe him.
I like the little house being built out of arrows.
Mm-hmm. Yelena wants to grow up to being an architect.
People's
She's going to
demise.
she'll build her house with the bones of her enemies.
Speaking of which, is there any particular carriage service you'd like to hail, or are you just gonna go for tried and true average carriage ride?
Yeah, do we want to get there quick or not? Right? That's the question.
Luxury. I mean, just like 20% chance we all just die out here. Might as well spend some money.
Yeah, might as well just go.
That's a weirdly specific percentage.
We're going to not just buy the deluxe carriage, we're going to buy the super deluxe carriage, which is driven by the funkiest carriage rider to have ever graced the city.
It's actually just the fish devil on a really big fish.
Oh no. I don't like this mount.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Get in the fish, fools! We have places to
What
be!
idiot? He's here in our time
Qualified
of
as
need.
a fish if he's just not in the water.
I have death to acquire. Thank you.
It's on a jacked up truck mount though, with like big wheel mud tires.
Yeah.
But that being said, because boy is that getting out of hand, the Pegasus Flight Carriage Company is easy enough to acquire. But with their services comes a premium cost. It was such a weird number. I think it was 7 silver a head per district. Why? Because I hate myself in round numbers.
Good.
4 districts?
1 to 6, so 5.
Great one. I keep thinking we're in 2.
So 3.5 gold per head. 17 gold, 5 silver.
Yelena will hand over 2 platinum and tell them if they can go even faster. That's great.
Make a persuasion check.
I will
I
assist.
Yeah.
All right.
I said it before the roll got made.
Given everyone was sort of in there, I'll take the 25. Yeah, he takes the 2 platinum coins, kind of rolls them around between his fingers, pockets it. Why, I think I could do that.
I don't care how many laws you gotta break in order to get to the destination. I want to get there as quick as possible.
Through the orphanage, then.
That's what everyone wants.
You little hop inside.
Core will as well.
He'll happily load all of you up. As per usual, the interior is immaculate. It is temperature controlled, so it is warm and pleasant. The seats are plush. There are snacks, water, and alcohol available for free. And there's, in this one in particular, you hear there's a lovely little jaunty traveling tune that is being played from somewhere. And in record-setting time, it takes you only 2.5 hours to get to the 6th district. It gets you to the main thoroughfare promptly at 9 a.m. For the record, so you're all perfectly aware, the meetup is at 10. It never came up because I figured we would just make it happen, but this was a little bit close. So yeah, the meeting was arranged for 10.
Well, it's a good thing we bought the special carriage.
Yeah, I would have gently nudged you in that direction had it been necessary.
Can't believe that we made it here as quickly as we did.
I spent some of the platinum that Pops gave us, so it seems appropriate to use it to try and save his life.
We did it.
Okay. So you arrive in the 6th district. The only struggle is you don't exactly know what warehouse this was arranged in because everything was sort of, on the fly. But after a couple of minutes of consideration, you see a billowing crimson-colored cloak, one with its hood drawn up, and underneath it the pale features of the wizard Quill. Good morning. I was expecting your arrival sometime soon. Glad you're here finally.
It's good to see you. Is everything set up?
As best as it can be. Follow me, we can go over the preparations that I've made. And he will lead a lot of you through the streets, waiting for opportunities where there aren't too many people around to sort of begin part of his explanation. He'll just kind of break into it. So the warehouse we have reserved is one of the smaller ones, but it's by a reputable company. Nobody has forged some documents in advance that if they're thorough and they do any checking up, it will appear as if the orphanage from the forged document and the letter that he sent is the one paying for this. If you jump through enough of the financial hoops, so it'll at least maintain that authenticity. I spent several hours last night creating runes in different parts of the warehouse. I'll indicate for you where they are hidden when we arrive. I also spent some time fabricating, if you've seen the training dummies at the orphanage, the ones that can regenerate, the ones made from clay. I've spent some time making some less elegant versions of them to masquerade as the children you will be offering up in exchange, so that way they are not suspicious when there aren't anything there isn't anything to be exchanged. I have to 2 of them, based off of the time frame I had, attached the shackles that I showed you earlier the day before to 2 of them. If they are touched, the shackles will immediately attempt to latch on to whoever touches the dummies. So if one part of the trap doesn't work, hopefully they'll fall into the next. A lot of this will require, at the very least, for it to be brought to a swift end, will require a little bit of finesse on your part. Some of these things require specific placement. Other things require touch. And if all of that else fails, once they're inside, they will at the very least be trapped. I've sealed the doors magically, so unless they manage to dispel the magic, or know the password in and out, which only I know, they will be stuck inside, short of brute forcing their way through the physical material of the walls. You'll most of the time will spent, and you'll arrive to the warehouse. It's not in the same row of warehouses that you guys originally passed by when you went to go inspect Patty's home. It's another row, 2 blocks down. The warehouses here are slightly smaller in comparison. Only 1 story, a bit slightly higher roof, though they're still about 20 feet high, but there's no second stories to them. Same large double doors with a small side door entrance, to which Quill takes you up to one of the side doors and leads you in. Can you all see?
Yes.
I'm just going to drag all you happy people onto
We did it.
I have not uploaded my Quill token yet. The Quill's not represented. So, for the sake of brevity, Quill will lead you through the warehouse and sort of direct your attention to certain things. So he'll point to the doors, the small door here and the large doors here. Both of these have been sealed with arcane lock spells. They can be dispelled if applied with a powerful enough magic, but I've spent a bit more of my arcane energy to make sure that they will be more difficult to just sort of dispel at a simple, more base level. He'll walk over to the center of this area over here and gesture to the floor where he kind of wipes his hand over it, and you see a brief pulse of magic that he releases from his hand. And you'll see a glyph, a shining glyph, sort of flicker to life briefly before fading back into non-existence. This space here, I have placed a glyph that contains the spell Magic Circle. If you're unfamiliar with it, it essentially will create a cylinder for those that are inside of it and disallow a particular type of entity from entering or exiting from it. They'll also have a difficult time attacking through it, and in general, they will be stuck there. If you can manage to get all of them to stand in this space and trigger the glyph, to which I will give you the word necessary to do so, you can have all of them stuck in there, and it should hopefully make this a bit more simple. Like firing arrows into a barrel full of fish. Then he will move down here to when he was explaining this, you saw these 4 childlike figures standing perfectly still off to the side, down off to the side, almost eerie. And then he walks up to them, and when you get closer, at a really casual inspection, they stand up. Their skin seems very flesh-like, their hair seems very real, eyes don't look fake, nails, everything. Well clothed, a couple of little blemishes here or there, they're all different. in terms of their appearances, amount of sort of dirt or scrapes that they sort of have. And he walks up to two different ones. This one, which I will these, and this one. And he'll reach up underneath the shirt and pull out the shackle that he showed you before. These are the two that are trapped. If they come to inspect these, and any of you that touch them subsequently, the shackles will immediately attempt to latch onto that person. I suggest staying away from them if you can. You have to make a point of some kind, use the other two. That being said, given my limited window of time, they also have a small amount of reactions they can make. I can make them sniffle, they can wince, things of that nature. It was difficult to program them with the limited resources I had. They won't stand up to long-term inspection, so don't focus on them for too much. As for contingencies, and he walks you down further, and then we'll just point to these two spaces here. Where just like the magic circle rune, he'll wave his hand, there'll be a brief flash, and you'll see two runes on the smooth cement floor come to life and then fade away. Here I've placed two glyphs of warding. Anyone, and he says that very pointedly, anyone who steps on these will trigger them. They will explode. And in a 20-foot radius, deal substantial damage to anyone in the blast. From what I know of hags, I have made sure that they deal lightning damage.
Yelena,
Core.
clarified when he says 20-foot radius, is he talking 20-foot radius from like a center point here, or a 20-foot radius outside of this area?
In which case, it's a much scarier.
From the center. From the center.
So just the green circles area.
Yes. So the radius of the spell, the damage is a 20-foot radius. The radius to trigger it is the green circle.
Oh, okay.
I can't wait for all of these to be used against us. I'm really looking forward to it, guys.
Yeah, but you know about them at the very least.
The moment anyone steps into any of the green circles areas, this entire area is blowing up.
Yep.
We're not gonna access that. Someone's gonna get thrown there by a hag. Then
before I forget, Core is going to change his energy type from fire to lightning.
All right. Good choice.
I think that's one of them.
That's what Quill said he set the runes to, so that's reliable at least. You've definitely observed that they were resistant to fire with the altercation with the down in the green ward.
Yep. He changes the chroma cloth to yellow, signifying lightning.
Okay. Actually, since given the time we have left, which we're more or less going to be wrapping up, there are technically 10 minutes left, but this means I will at the very least be able to make a pretty map for next week. So questions, concerns, or anything you would like to pry Quill for while he's here. He has spent a significant amount of his spell slots doing all this prep work, but he's got a couple of little things left, so if you have anything you might want him to try, now is the time to ask.
I am brain fart at the moment, so I don't have ideas.
This is a really nice setup for us.
Does he have anything that would help disguise our identities? Because one of the hags has seen us.
I do know a spell, but I have not prepared it today.
We have that super funny cultist Yelena outfit we could use.
Yelena's start taking out her disguise kit.
I can cast Alter Self on myself. I know, and by extent, Neuro.
I demand alternate artwork of Goth Yelena.
Yelena will also propose the point that technically only one of us has to actually be visible to the hags.
And to make a point, just to remind you, the letter that was sent from someone who works in an orphanage in the 2nd district. So if you like to better maintain the illusion, someone that might look like they work in a religious orphanage is a good idea.
I suppose I could go for nice and proper.
2nd district, you said that's the one with the, that's the one that I think Claire was out of, right?
Yes.
I think Cor can give you an accurate description of someone who would
Absolutely.
probably look out of that completely
Yeah.
based off of that.
Incredibly easy for Core to do. I will happily give you advantage on the disguise kit roll.
Just does his best to kind of guide you through this.
Yeah, at this point, the meeting is like less than an hour, right?
Yeah, it's like in 45 minutes.
Because I also wanted to have enhanceability up for that, so that works out pretty well since it lasts an hour. So
I probably should have reset Core's HP also.
But I have advantage on that anyway, so I guess I can just save that for a little bit later. Below inspiration.
End of the session. Good time.
18.
Nope. More inspiration.
haven't-
More inspiration.
I
Really
haven't
to
used
it.
anything. I mean, I have a disguise kit. I don't suppose I can roll?
To disguise Yelena.
Yeah, sure.
Technically, you can.
Sure, I'll do it. I'll help out. Charisma, you said, right?
Yep.
I'll blow inspiration. It's the end of the session.
Got to get a good number somewhere in there.
There you go.
That's believable.
26.
Spent like 20 minutes working on Yelena's makeup and outfit.
I think Core actually just gets frustrated and he just says, hold still, I'll do it.
Yeah. I honestly, I think at one point what happens is like you're describing to Yelena a lot of the look, and there's a lot of like cork boarding ideas for things to sort of put together, and then eventually Core just gets really frustrated. He's like, no, none of this is gonna work. I'm just gonna hand sew everything, and just like starts taking stuff and just jury rigging a whole actual outfit together. But yeah, we more you more or less end with what is non-Yelena.
I don't have a disguise kit, but could I still try?
I forget that I'm also proficient in forgery. Why didn't I make the letter?
Because nobody was better at it.
I forgot about stuff. Alright, well,
That's
anyway,
fair.
I blew a use of inspiration. I've got 2.
Ludo will lend you your kit if you want to try to disguise yourself up a little bit. I think the plan is kind of that some of us will be hiding.
But so yeah, you don't need everyone front facing. You can have everyone else waiting in the wings. There are plenty of places to hide.
That being said, Estella is also very good at talking, so
That
having
part is
her
also
I,
true.
up
Yeah, that's
front-
what I was asking. If there was a check I could make for disguising myself a bit.
If you do
Then I
not
can
have a
be the
disguise
second.
kit, it would just be a straight up charisma check.
Okay. We can
Yeah.
always see, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yelena's fine with lending her disguise kit to her as well.
Yeah. So you can have advantage on the roll. You guys are
Okay.
basically doing a collaborative cosplay right now.
Yeah, we're being both the Lady D's daughters at this point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Representing Lady D. Mhm.
Wow. I have one last inspiration. I'll use it, I guess. I didn't know I would need it. Oh my frick.
Oof.
What are these rolls?
think Chorus is gonna
Not great.
I know. What the heck?
aggravated forging.
Yeah, I like the fact Cora is just like the really angry seamstress is just like, oh honey, just let me do it.
Estella, nuns do not have keyholes. Sure.
Chorus just like, Estella, that's a boob window. What are you doing?
I'm trying. I'm really bad at makeup, apparently.
My necklace is gonna stop working if you keep doing this. And Cora is just like trying to make them decent.
Mm-hmm. I think Quill's just off to the side, and he just sort of leans in to Haba and Nero, just in case anyone ever wondered. Nuns don't have cleavage.
They do now.
Nuns do not have cleavage, but apparently Estella's cannot be hidden.
Nope,
I'm sorry.
it's too glorious. You can't cover that up.
Well, the internet seems not gonna complete that.
We'll just leave it at that.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good place to leave it. As you guys hurriedly, workshop a bunch of non-costumes together for Yelena and Estella. What an aesthetic that's going to be.
Brides of Christ, assemble!
Well,
Really
there we
good.
go. We end the session on a note that Core is really freaking good at making us look like other people.
Yeah. Yeah.
He really had his work cut out for making Yelena and Estella, of all people, like, fully dressed in, like, conservative clothing.
Honestly, my God.
Considering who his like bond is, it makes perfect sense for Core to know like the ins and outs of second district orphan keeper fashion.
Yep. You've got to run out to a nearby store to buy a bunch more cloth because they were wearing so little, you just didn't even have anything to work with.
They had two modes. They had their modest dress clothing for this, and then they had plate armor, shield, and warhammer as their second. And one of those two options is completely out of our budget. Maybe we will go back at some point to go get that stuff after the hags are dead.
After the hags are hopefully. And yep. So this is a good enough place as any to stop because we're right on the 4-hour mark. So we'll find out what happens to the hags next week. And I'll actually have a new pretty updated map for you guys. Since I have time for it now. So yeah, that's where we're gonna stop today. Thank you guys for playing. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope you enjoy the tweaks I've made to the stream. I'm going to continue to refine the aesthetic, but the avatar thing I really hope continues to work as well as it is.
Looks really cool.
Really good.
So yeah, thanks to you that stuck around and watched. Thanks to you, Sam. I didn't miss that sub. I appreciate it.
Of course.
You sweetheart person, you. Yeah. So next week we'll find out. We're gonna have the climactic meeting with the Hag Coven finally. And I'll be honest with you, guys have made great time. This is session 17, and you guys are winding up the first arc. Like, good for you. And yeah, we're gonna see what's gonna happen. I'm honestly really excited. It's gonna be a hell of a thing, whatever it's gonna turn out to be. So don't forget, tune in next week. So thank you all. As per usual, if you can do nothing else, try to make good choices. We'll see you next week.
Bye.